Right now at 8 after long lines.
2 hours today.
2 hours?
Yeah, 2 hours.
That's a long time.
Yeah, it was worth it though.
And problems with tabulation machines.
Mine got rejected 2 or 3 attempts, so I spoiled that ballot, got a new ballot, and then I finally voted.
The polls are closed with several key positions of power on the line, including Arizona's next governor.
We're going to win. And when we win, there's going to be come to Jesus for elections in Arizona. There's going to be a come to Jesus.
This race is not about Democrats or Republicans. It's a choice between sanity and chaos.
And 10 statewide propositions voters get a say on. What happens in Arizona could tip the balance of power for the entire country and change the way future elections are held.
It has been a contentious few weeks leading up to tonight.
If there is a need for us to deploy some uniformed deputies, then we will.
With candidates and election workers threatened and so-called ballot watchers showing up to drop-off sites armed in tactical gear.
Anybody out there whose intentions are to undermine this effort, to create fear, to intimidate good men and women who are trying to facilitate this process, you will have to go through us to get there.
And in just moments, the first results will roll in for what might be the most watched midterm election in state history. Arizona's Family Live team coverage starts right now. As we prepare the results tonight, Election Day got off to kind of a rough start for some voters in Maricopa County. I'm Jared Dillingham.
And I'm Nicole Kreitz. 2 major issues had Republican groups filing a last-minute lawsuit, but it was denied. First, Maricopa County says there were problems with tabulation machines at about 60 voting centers. That's at about 20% of their polling sites. Some of the printers weren't making dark enough marks on the ballots. The county was able to change the printer settings. Anyone who tried to vote was still able to. Those ballots placed in a secure box to be processed later.
Voters in some spots waited in pretty long lines today, especially after work, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock tonight. In fact, right now, people are still waiting to vote. As long as they were in line by 7 o'clock, they can still cast that ballot.
The Republican National Committee and Kari Lake filed a lawsuit in Superior Court because of that printer issue. They wanted to extend polling hours to 10 p.m., delaying early ballot returns till 11. Now, they claim some poll workers told voters they could ditch their ballots if they weren't accepted by the tabulation machines. The Board of Supervisors says everyone was still allowed to vote. The judge denied the request to extend poll hours.
And with that, Arizona's Family has you covered tonight. Our crews are live across the valley, down in Tucson as well, talking with candidates as the results start to roll in.
Political editor Dennis Welch will be with us all night. So let's go ahead and get a look at those early results that are starting to come in.
Yeah, we're starting to see some results come in here right now. If I take a look at this now, you see some stuff here coming up on the state website. I'm not exactly sure where some of this reporting has come from, but right now on the state website, you've got Kari Lake out to an early lead here with 58% of the vote. But if you go over to the Maricopa County website, it looks like Katie Hobbs is up big right now with 58% of the vote to 42% of the vote just in Maricopa County. This is the biggest county here. Again, what we're seeing right now are those early ballot results. Now, when they all start coming in, we start getting all those early ballot results. I would expect that you're going to see Democrats with leads right now. The expectation, and we did see this play out, was that Democrats were going to be voting early this year. Unlike prior election cycles, it's been kind of flipped now. We've got Democrats now voting early in bigger numbers than Republicans. Republicans were holding on to those ballots, and the GOP counting on a big turnout on Election Day. We saw that today. The question for the Republicans right now, was the turnout big enough? Because I think as the night rolls on, you're going to start seeing some of these leads getting eaten away by the Republicans, kind of like what we saw in other elections, when the more ballots are being tallied. So don't be surprised to see light lead changes after this. I think that's an expectation that we should be telling our viewers right now. You should be expecting those kinds of things as tonight and the days we're on.
Yeah, GOP voters in person today outnumbering Dems like 4-1. But it is interesting to see the differential between the state website and the county. But let's go ahead and take a look at the U.S. Senate result, because we're seeing some different numbers in there as well. These are just the very early reports so far, and we're still working to get those tabulations together. But right now it looks very close. Mark Kelly 56 to Blake Masters 41%. Our Democratic incumbent senator holding what appears to be a lead.
What's going to be interesting in that race, Dennis, maybe this is exactly what you were going to say, is the Mark Victor factor here, because the independent or libertarian candidate dropped out a couple weeks ago, but that was after so many people had their ballots and many people had already sent in their ballots. He went on to endorse Blake Masters, but will that have an impact? Did he drop out soon enough?
Well, I mean, that's the thing, right? He waited pretty late in the process. His name is going to appear on the ballot.
Right.
You know, a lot of people still may vote for him regardless. They may not be aware that he dropped out and be aware that he did endorse Blake Masters late in there. We saw something like this play out in the primary. Remember,
Matt Salmon.
It was Matt Salmon who dropped out, but he dropped out so late that his name still appeared in the primary, and he did take some votes away from Karen Taylor Robeson, the woman he endorsed in that race. And of course, we all know that Carrie Lake, you know, blew by both of them, and she won that nomination in here. And now we are starting to see here in the governor's race some more updated numbers. It looks like the state has uploaded the numbers from Maricopa County. It looks like right now those early numbers show that Hobbs is up 55% to 44% for Carrie Lake. That's exactly where kind of the Democrat wants to be in this early battle.
10 points.
10 points. She wants the double-digit lead. That's where she wants to be. That's where Democrats statewide want to be to remain competitive. Because again, we did see that big Republican turnout. The question is it going to be big enough to overcome some of these leads? And you'll see that play out again as the numbers update throughout the night.
And again, remind folks, the numbers we're seeing right now, at least in Maricopa County, this is the 900 or 950,000 early ballots which were sent in by people over the last couple weeks or so, which were verified, signature verified, and processed, preparing for this 8 o'clock batch, right?
Yeah, you saw that, and those are the ones, and they're going to be, from my understanding, I think these are the ballots that were voted early, either mailed in or dropped off at mailbox, that were dropped off or mailed by end of Friday. I said they think the stuff that was dropped off after that, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, that's going to be included in some of the later stuff. Now, if you had a late early, like I like to do, some people complain that I do this, but I like to, you know, drop off my ballot, you know, my early ballot. I fill it out the day of the election and go and I drop it off. Now, that is going to be, you know, processed and tabulated and vote and signature verified, and it won't be counted for another day or two. Now, Maricopa County, I think they expect to have about 95 to 98% of all the ballots counted by the end of the week.
That's because you just like an October surprise, Dennis. You like to wait till the last minute.
I know that it was the county recorder said by 8 p.m. it would be about 70% of the votes, and that's just in Maricopa County, and that's just those early ballots. But let's go ahead and take a look at Secretary of State right now. This is a big one because, here's our first numbers that we're getting in. Adrian Fontes with 58% of the vote against Mark Finchem. Now, this is an open seat because, of course, Secretary of State Katie Hobbs is running for governor. And you couldn't have two men who were at greater odds, Dennis.
No, and this is a very significant race because a lot of people, you may not be, you know, familiar with all of this, but the Secretary of State, they oversee elections in Arizona. And over the past couple of election cycles, the elections themselves have become this massive political issue. Now, Mr. Finchem right there, the Republican that's running, he has refused to acknowledge that Joe Biden was the legitimate winner of the 2020 election. Now, Adrian Fontes, now he's the former Maricopa County recorder. Now, he oversaw the election in our state's largest county where we saw the audit, where we saw the recount, where a lot of people were pointing fingers at. So no, you couldn't, you really, two very different types of people, voters, obviously, I know this is a cliche, given a very clear choice on this. Now, with Mr. Fontes up by this kind of number right now, it's exactly where he wants to be. Again, I'll caution, you know, you're going to see that lead dwindle as the counting continues.
But even in terms of how our elections in future years play out, one of them wants to end early voting, the other one wants to expand it. You know, they're polar opposites on so many issues.
Yeah, they are. They very much are. I mean, Mr. Fontes in his closing arguments would say that democracy itself was on the line, and he would point to Mr. Finchem and say, like, look, the guy wouldn't certify, he said he wouldn't certify the 2020 election, that he doesn't believe in legitimate elections. That was the closing argument there. Now, Mr. Finchem, on the other hand, he has this, you know, stand pat, this thing he always says where he's just going to follow the law, and that, and that's what he's going to be doing in that position. Now, also in this position, remember, you're number one in line of succession. Right. Something happens from the governor. Let's say they move on to a bigger job at the White House, or something like that happens. They become governor. This is something Arizona has seen a lot of over the past decades, really. Governor Ducey, remember, who's leaving office, is the first governor to get elected and to serve out 2 full terms says you got to go all the way back to Bruce Babbitt. So that's how often that these Secretary of States, they end up getting elevated to the top position here in the state. So a very important race right there.
It's put it under the microscope and on the national radar when typically it would be overlooked, that's for sure. But he actually sued with Kari Lake, Mark Finchem did, to try and ban the ballot tabulation machines before the general election.
And he has also been somebody, too, and has been criticized very heavily in this election as somebody who has been opposed or is opposed now to early voting. Obviously, we've seen this come, it started, former President Donald Trump started raising questions about early voting, and without any real basis to make their proof to back up this claim, he has said, President Trump used to say that is where all the fraud happens. We haven't seen any proof of that to back up any of that. But, Mr. Finchem says, he's raised questions about early voting. It's a very popular program. It's a very popular way to vote here in Arizona.
It's one that he employed 28 times in recent years.
Yes, I was just going to get to that. He himself had voted early 28 times over the years,
and
too.
We've been doing it successfully since the 1990s. So,
it's a Republican idea, by the way, too. It was passed by a Republican legislature in the early 90s.
All right, as we wait for more numbers to come in this race, let's take a look at where we stand right now in the race for Attorney General here in Arizona. I see those results coming up on the screen. Dennis, it's the same story. The Democrats ahead by about 10 points.
And like I've been saying, this is where Democrats want to see. Now, again, with our viewers out there, whether you're Democrat, whether you're Republican, in theory, and what all the smart people are telling me, and I'm putting us all together, is like, look, you want to see these double-digit leads. This is probably going to be the best the Democrats look all night. And we've seen this stuff change pretty quickly as we get more ballot drops here as we go in later tonight. I mean, we were sitting here at this desk on primary night, when we saw leads change pretty quickly as the night dragged on. So this is a good result, I think, for now for Kris Mayes. This is where she wants to be. We'll see what happens.
All right, and I think we have some numbers. Do we have the
state
superintendent numbers as well? This is between Kathy Hoffman and Tom Horn. Kathy Hoffman, the current office holder, and again, the 10-point spread. We're going to see this, it looks, down the line.
I would call this a trend.
Yeah, we want to break in real quickly because former President Donald Trump is speaking right now. Let's go ahead and dip in and take a quick listen.
Now, North Carolina just out. Ted Budd is now leading. Doing great. He's leading 51-47. In Missouri, very good guy, Eric Schmidt is now up 55-43, and he's against a Bush, but a different Bush. It's called an Anheuser-Busch. That's a different Bush. You tell me which is the real Bush. In Ohio, J.D. Vance is now leading 52-47. And we had an incredible rally last night in Ohio. And you saw that in Florida, Marco Rubio, we had an unbelievable rally for Marco the night before with the heaviest rain I've ever been involved with. I was up there. It was beautiful, everything. This is the tropics, right, Florida? It was so beautiful. It was the most beautiful night. And all of a sudden it turned deadly dark. And it was like you had massive pails of water that just fell on top of me. We went through the worst.
All right, we are going to continue to monitor what the former president has to say because, of course, rumors have been swirling all week that he is ready to announce another run for the White House, but he's kind of just going through the election results as they come in tonight. So we'll monitor this. In the meantime, Dennis, we want to go back to the race for Superintendent of Public Instruction, Kathy Hoffman and Tom Horn.
Yeah, Tom Horn wants his old job back. Remember, before he was Attorney General a few years back, he was the Superintendent of Public Instruction, now challenging the incumbent Kathy Hoffman. Now, Tom Horn, he has run a race that was based a lot on critical race theory. Now, I've done a lot of reporting on this. I can't find any specific examples of where critical race theory has been taught in these schools, but he has made this an issue in his campaign. He has also made current test scores in this campaign because we did see test scores. It did drop during the pandemic, and Mr. Horn was saying if you compare her record to my record when he was superintendent, he would say, like, look, the test scores were better with him, and that's what he has been basing a lot of that campaign on tonight. Very important race. We'll see how that all plays out as well to see if Mr. Horn can get back into elected office.
Okay, Maricopa County attorney now. Let's take a look. Rachel Mitchell has been in the job since April, since her predecessor passed away, and she's trailing by a little less than 10 points to Julie Gunnigal.
Yeah, probably not the safest of leads right now for Julie Gunnigal, but at this point, you'd rather be in the lead if you're her than you are Rachel Mitchell. Rachel Mitchell commands a lot of respect from the Republicans I've been talking to. They say like they're definitely excited to vote for Rachel Mitchell for this job. Julie Gunnigal had run for this job before. She lost a couple of years ago to Alistair Adele.
That's a close race.
Yeah, in a very close race. But we'll see if she can pull this one off. Again, she'd probably like to have a little bit of a bigger lead at this point right now.
All right, so that's a first check at some of the early numbers coming in for the big races here in Maricopa County and across the state of Arizona.
Let's go ahead and check in with Elliot Polikoff. We have live team coverage. He is out at the Biltmore with some pretty long lines with voters still tonight, Elliot.
Yeah, absolutely, Nicole and Jared. And I'm at 24th Street and Camelback. This is actually as close as we can get to the Biltmore polling location because it is on private property. But a little over half an hour ago, I did have a chance to check out what those lines were like at the Biltmore polling center. And there were dozens of people that were still outside the building waiting to get in. Of course, they were there before that 7 p.m. deadline, so they were able to still get their votes, even though they were still waiting in that line. But earlier in the evening, the lines, as you mentioned, Nicole, were extremely long. They were significantly longer than what we saw about half an hour ago, as a lot of voters tried to get in and make sure they got their votes in time. Of course, we did mention at the beginning of this newscast that the Maricopa County judge denied that Republican lawsuit to extend the poll hours to 10 p.m. and delay the release of those voting numbers until 11 p.m. So anybody who was still hoping to get their votes in after 7, that is past the deadline. But again, if they were in line before 7, as long as they stay in line, they're able to continue remaining in line and get their vote cast. Of course, we will keep you updated throughout the night. But again, this is as close as we can get to that Biltmore polling location. But the lines here and across the state, very long. We will keep you updated on all the latest results throughout the evening. But for now, Jared and Nicole, I'll send it back to you.
Okay, thank you so much, Elliot.
Yeah, at some of those spots, he's at the Biltmore, one of the malls, the outlets at Anthem. They had 300 plus people in line right around 6:30, and they were in line for about an hour and a half. So, and some places had 0 people in line as we checked the website. So
223 different polling locations
plenty
across
to choose from.
Maricopa County. So let's go ahead and check in with Jamie Soretta, who is live at the Maricopa County Recorder's Office. That's where all the magic's happening. They're doing the counting down there, Jamie.
Yeah, it really is, and it is a very full house here at the tabulation center. And we had tabulator trouble and a hearing over a possible delay here in Maricopa County today. It was about 1 o'clock when ballots at 20% of vote centers were not able to go through the tabulator. We learned there was a printing issue where the ink just wasn't dark enough to be read by those machines. The Maricopa County Board of Supervisors Chairman Bill Gates tells us tonight those ballots impacted that went into box 3 today will be counted first thing tomorrow morning. He tells us it was a full press effort to get the machines working again, and says the problem was fixed at all 60 polling locations impacted before the polls closed tonight. I asked Chair Bill Gates, who's in charge of testing that equipment before it's used in the election.
So testing of the equipment, again, this is the team here that does that. With the ballot, with the printers, this is something that we tested. We did not obviously anticipate these problems. We saw these same, we used all the same materials, the same sort of variables in the primary. We didn't have issues with them. Additionally, used these printers throughout early voting. So again, this was a surprise, but I have to give huge props to our tech team and to our poll workers who were able to identify the problem early in the afternoon, and by right before the polls closed, we had nearly every single vote location was back fully operational. So it was really amazing work that the team did, and again, we do apologize to those who have been inconvenienced today.
We were told there were not problems with those same machines in early in-person voting. The problem just popped up today and was a bit of a mystery as to why, since things really did change since the August primary. Tonight, several GOP groups, including Kari Lake for Arizona and the Republican National Committee, filed a lawsuit to extend the voting hours until 10 p.m. because of those tabulation issues. A judge denied that request. So we are told here that we will have new numbers every about hour and a half or so. So Judge predicting that we just got new numbers at 8. We're looking about 9:30. This next batch should be the late early. So those are some of the early ballots that were turned in today. We are here live at the tabulation center. Jamie Soretta, Arizona's Family.
Okay, thank you, Jamie. We'll check back in with you in just a little bit. And right now, both Republicans and Democrats are hosting watch parties, of course, to see the results come in live.
Derek Stahl and Morgan Lowe are standing by, waiting for the candidates to take the stage later on this evening. We're going to begin with Derek at the GOP watch party in Scottsdale. Derek, room's starting to fill up there behind you.
Yeah, it's definitely starting to fill up. It's a pretty raucous atmosphere. They've got the Republican congressional delegation just took the stage. Conservative commentator Benny Johnson of Turning Point USA was riling up the crowd. They are definitely gearing up for a victory party here tonight. In fact, they've got balloons pre-positioned up above the crowd that they intend to drop in victory celebration later on tonight. Now, I've been speaking with some voters out here, spoke with 2 women. I asked them, who are you most excited to see? And both of them said, without hesitation, Kari Lake. They said they like how clear she is on the issues. They like that she's tough. They said Katie Hobbs is too timid to be Arizona's governor. And there's a lot of excitement. When you look around the room at the signs, at the shirts, most of them are all about Kari Lake. She is a rising star in the Republican Party. And you don't have to look much farther than the media section to tell. There are more than 300 registered members of the media here, more than 70 television cameras from across the country and all around the world. A lot of people think Kari Lake could be the future of the Republican Party if she wins tonight. Certainly a lot of high hopes in this room. And the Republicans are really riding a wave of momentum and star power, more so than political spending. If we compare the political spending numbers here for just a moment, if you add up Mark Kelly, Katie Hobbs, they spent about $85 million between the two of them. If you add up Kari Lake and Blake Masters, they spent about $18 million between the two of them. So they were outspent by nearly 5 times. But you certainly don't feel that in this room. There's a lot of enthusiasm. Last point I want to make is that we've had some speakers. They have not yet shown the early returns here on the screen. I wonder if that's intentional, if they're waiting. We know the early returns were going to be more Democrat favored than Republican favored. Maybe they'll reveal the results a little bit later on once some of the day of vote comes in. As we know, Democrats had an advantage of early ballots returned coming into election night. Republicans have been hoping to get a big turnout on election day. So that's the latest from a very loud and raucous Republican watch party here in Scottsdale. I'm Derek Stahl for Arizona's Family.
Probably is a little methodical, Derek. You're right, but we'll watch as those numbers start to drop at about 9:30. Thank you.
All right, from Scottsdale on the Republican Watch Party, let's head downtown Phoenix, where Morgan Lowe is standing by live with the Democrats tonight. Hi, Morgan.
I know that we're all eager to find out who won each of these.
Yeah, guys, Katie Hobbs just took the stage, so we're going to listen in on what she has to say right now.
Because every single vote matters, and every single vote counts equally. Whether you voted by mail, dropped off your ballot in a secure drop box yesterday, or voted in person today. We know my opponent and her allies have been sowing doubt and confusion throughout this campaign. And it's unacceptable that they were spreading misinformation today while people were exercising their freedom to vote. I have every confidence that the counties administering this election conducted a free and fair election, and their results will be accurate. But they will take time. So prepare for a long evening. And a few more days of counting. And for now, let's go enjoy the evening. Thank you.
All right, if you can hear me, that was Katie Hobbs, who just came out on the stage, and she started out, you can hear behind me, people are chanting. This is as riled up as the crowd has been tonight. It really was a sort of injection of enthusiasm here. Hobbs said that the first round of results have come out, and they are where they hoped they would be, that sort of 10% mark. Right now, with those early votes in, She's 10% ahead of Kari Lake, and that's where they were hoping to be at this point. Now, this group behind me, these are hardcore supporters. These are volunteers that have helped make these campaigns work, and this is their night to celebrate. They like what they're hearing so far. They like what they've heard across the country with some of the other key Democratic races, and they like where their candidates are standing now. Some of the other candidates were milling around earlier this evening, and our Emma Lockhart caught up with one of them, Chris Mays, who is running for State Attorney General. Emma, what did she say?
Okay, we'll check back in with Emma in just a little bit. We're going to take a quick break and reset when we come back. Watching those numbers on your election night coming in. We'll be right back.
Our AZ Family First Alert weather app is easy. Don't get up, just grab your phone and download it for free. You control the
Senate seat. This is incumbent Mark Kelly holding on to the lead here with the early returns, 56% of the vote compared to Trump endorsed Blake Masters with 41%. We should note no votes are coming in yet from Pima County, which is a heavily leaning Democratic county. So we're watching those numbers very closely.
And it's a county which is home to Senator Mark Kelly and his wife Gabby Giffords as well. Brianna Whitney is down south for us tonight, talking to folks down there and also at the campaign headquarters for the Kelly team. Hi, Brianna.
Hi, Jared. It's a good vibe down here. We're at the Rialto Theater, one of the iconic landmarks in Tucson. Of course, Tucson being Mark Kelly's home. And they've got some speakers going on stage right now. The Arizona Democratic chair just took the stage for the first time. Nobody had spoken since now, trying to get the crowd riled up, and they're excited. We know Mark Kelly has an early lead with 57% precincts reporting. And if you know Tucson, you know the Rialto Theater is just across the street from the iconic Hotel Congress. That's where we were earlier, and that's where Mark Kelly and his wife, Gabby Giffords, were. I caught up with them just as they were walking to get in their car to head this way. And we said, Mark, how are you you feeling? And he turned around and looked at us with confidence and said, pretty sure we're going to win. And that is the mood and the environment that seems to be filling the Rialto Theater tonight. So we haven't seen Mark Kelly on stage yet, but he does tell us he's not surprised if this does take a few days to call this race, because we do know it is very close with him and Republican Blake Masters. But he's been talking to his supporters, people here in Tucson. He was down in Phoenix this morning where we also caught up with him. And if you've seen his campaign ads on Channel 3, on CBS 5, you know he's kind of played that middle ground, saying, I work for Arizonans, I challenge the Biden administration in the left when I think they're wrong, and I make choices with Arizonans first. So he's kind of playing that moderate side of things, and he says he is still going to hold the Biden administration accountable, challenging them on their immigration policy. Of course, him and Blake Masters also differ heavily on abortion rights. Mark Kelly, very, very stern about giving women abortion rights here in Arizona. We know that's been a huge talker, obviously, in this race and races all over the country since Roe v. Wade. So there's certainly a lot on the line here for this U.S. Senate race. And we know Mark Kelly took that office when he beat Martha McSally back in 2020. He says, and he told our cameras this morning, he plans to do that all again and win again. So we're going to be here in Tucson monitoring throughout the night as his event continues and as more and more people pour into the Rialto Theater here. He does have an early lead, but as we know, a lot more ballots to be counted. We'll see if that shrinks and if and when that race is called. But it seems like, at least from the Mark Kelly headquarters here, things are feeling good. They're feeling confident about him winning this Senate race. Guys, I'm going to send it back to you for now. We'll be keeping the tabs here in Tucson, Arizona.
Yes, Senator Kelly definitely ran as a moderate. I think I heard him mention John McCain's name more than he mentioned Joe Biden's name during his last few speeches. Brianna, thank you.
Okay, the only other race that has a bigger differential for Democrats is the Secretary of State. And in fact, Adrian Fontes is speaking right now. Let's go ahead and take a listen to that.
Sticking with us and sticking with democracy. This is your democracy. This belongs to the voters. And it doesn't matter what party you belong to or whether or not you have a party. In the United States of America, every voter counts. Every vote will count so long as we are victorious tonight. What do you say? Now, we've seen a few of the numbers coming out, and we feel pretty good about where we're at right now. We feel pretty good. That having been said, we will, with level heads and respect, we will respect the process. We will make sure every vote gets counted across this great state of Arizona. In the meantime, let us celebrate democracy. Let us celebrate the idea that we have moved in our civilization away from the divine right of kings and into the rule of law, where every single one of us matters. And let's also remember that regardless of the results, we have good people working right now all across Arizona to make sure that we preserve and protect democracy. So have a great time. We will be out later on tonight. Thank you, everyone, supporters, volunteers, staff, everybody here, all across the great state and all across the world. America's light will continue to shine, and we will preserve and protect the republic. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
All right, so it appears the Democrats have a strategy tonight of getting out early just as soon as that first batch of ballots was released, the first initial results, because now we've heard from gubernatorial candidate Katie Hobbs, and now we're hearing from the candidate for Secretary of State there, Adrian Fontes, who does hold a pretty sizable lead, at least among the early ballots, over Republican Mark Finchem.
Yeah, he's 16 points up, and for the early returns coming in with 38% of precincts reporting, and again, these are the early ballots, up 16 points. That's the biggest differential that we're seeing on the Democratic side of things. And you heard him echo what Katie Hobbs said earlier, that you should prepare for days of counting. But you're right, this is perhaps going to be the peak of the night. And Dennis, our political editor, has been kind of giving us a heads up. Dems expected those numbers to come out the gate very strong and to slowly chip away. They are seeing the numbers numbers where they want them, the Democratic side of things. They're looking for at least that 10-point spread. So that will give them a bit more of a buffer. As we know, in-person voting favors Republicans today, turning out in a 4-to-1 ratio compared to Democrats for in-person voting day of.
All right, let's make a switch and head over to the Republican watch party tonight. They are gathering at one of the ballrooms at a hotel in Scottsdale, and Michael Raimondi is standing by live with to set the scene for us.
How's it looking out there?
It is very crowded. There's a lot of people here. We've had a few speakers, including Andy Biggs and Paul Gosar, in the last 15, 20 minutes or so, trying to fire up the crowd here inside the ballroom. It's also really tight for people in the media. These events are usually pretty crowded on a political day, on an election day and election nights, but I've never seen anything like this. I'll show you some of the video. The campaigns here with the GOP are saying that there are more than 340 media members that checked in for this event tonight. There's really just not a lot of room. This has become an international race. Everything going on here in Arizona. At all the events since the primary, where I started covering Kari Lake and moving now a couple months later to election night, I've met reporters from all different types of countries: England, Germany, France, Japan, Canada. Reporters from all over the country and the rest of the world are here to watch the results and see what happens here in Arizona. Kari Lake said yesterday that what she is doing and the Republicans are doing, she's calling it a movement, saying people who weren't involved in politics before are now involved. She said that this is a race that people in other countries should be following. So certainly a big crowd here right now. We also heard from Dr. Kelly Ward, the leader of the Arizona GOP party, earlier tonight. They have different speakers coming up throughout the night. Any big updates, we'll bring them to you. But for now, I'll send it back to you in the studio.
All right, Michael, thank you very much. Appreciate it. We'll talk to you in just a bit.
Let's get back to Emma Lockhart, and she is live with Chris Mays taking the podium now, talking about her returns.
Yeah, certainly a celebratory mood here tonight with those Democrats having an early lead. But let's listen in to Chris Mays as she takes the stand.
Forward! And their ideas take us backward. You know, we are in this because we believe in democracy. Listen, I can't believe we are finally here, and I am so proud to be your nominee for Attorney General of the great state of Arizona. I jumped into this race 17 months ago because I was concerned about our state and the lack of real leadership, our underfunded schools, our water crisis, the growing fentanyl crisis in this state, and so many other things that impact the daily lives of Arizona. I am so thankful, beyond thankful to all of you. I'm thankful to my campaign staff, for all of our volunteers, for every single person who donated to our campaign, knocked on doors. Raise your hand if you knocked on doors. Yes! Thank you. Raise your hand if you made some phone calls. Yes! Thank you, thank you, thank you. Look, you know what we've been up against. I'm running against a candidate who said that he would have decertified the 2020 election. That is not a thing, folks. Running against candidates up and down the ballot who said they would not have certified the 2020 election. Running against a candidate who said that he would enforce the 1864 ban on abortion. And when I'm your Attorney General soon, we are never going to prosecute a doctor, a nurse, a midwife, or a woman. Never. Not going to do it. Look, I am committed to being a lawyer for the people, for all of the people of Arizona. I don't want to work for Donald Trump like my opponent does. No. I want to work for you. The Attorney General's office campus has been politicized for far too long, and it needs to get back to the core mission of protecting Arizonans. Look, I hope and I believe that sanity will prevail tonight. I have hope that Arizonans will reject the slate of divisive election deniers that we are up against. And I have hope that Arizona will not elect candidates who mock and ridicule our free and fair press. I have hope because as a born and raised Arizonan, I know our hearts, and you do too. Look, guys, we know these races are going to be tight. We do. It's certainly looking good, though, isn't it? Starting to look good. We like these numbers. We know that we may not have answers for several days. Hang in there, but we need to trust the process. We have safe and secure elections in this state. And let's give another round of applause to our elections workers, all the volunteers, poll workers. Tonight, let me just say this, let's enjoy each other. Let's keep the positive energy flowing. And let's hold out hope for sanity versus chaos, love versus hate, and healing versus polarization. Let's go win these things tonight. Thank you guys. I love
you. Yeah, and that was the Democratic Arizona Attorney General candidate Kris Mayes talking. And really, that has been the message from the candidates that we've heard here on stage tonight, really ensuring that every vote will be counted and that they are celebrating democracy tonight. But for now, I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
Okay, so right out the gate, we're hearing from all the Democrats taking the stage. That's why we're bringing these speeches to you live. We have teams fanned out from down in Tucson, across the valley at GOP watch parties as well. But you heard from Hobbs, Fontes, and now Mayes all saying the same thing. Wait, we're going to count the votes, but we like what we're seeing so far.
And just to carry on with that, I believe the candidate for superintendent of public instruction, the Democrats are parading out another big-name candidate, one of their top candidates, Kathy Hoffman. Let's listen to her.
Happy Election Day! I am Kathy Hoffman, Arizona Superintendent of Public Instruction, and 4 years ago, I was in this exact hotel doing the exact same thing we were doing right now, hitting refresh, 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 and we're all impatiently waiting the next ballot drop results. But during my first campaign, I was an educator straight out of the classroom. I was a first-time candidate and someone who was told that you have no chance. But thankfully, I knew what was at stake and how critical it is to have educators leading in education. So with your support in 2018, I became the first Democrat and the first educator to hold this position, leading the Department of Education in over 20 years. And while this election has been different in many ways, one thing has remained the same, which is I did not get here on my own. Because while I have been busy running my statewide campaign for re-election, I've also been leading the Department of Education as state superintendent, and I also have one other full-time job, which is mom to my daughter, Clara. So first, I want to say thank you to my family and especially my husband for always being my rock during the long campaign nights, and also to Clara, who has been inspiring the work I do to improve our schools for all of our children. I also want to say thank you to every donor, every educator, every volunteer who spoke to their friends and talked to their families about my race, who, if you knocked on doors, made calls, wrote postcards, Thank you. Thank you for your support. And I'd also like to thank the organizations that helped me and supported me throughout this election, throughout this re-election campaign. So to name a few, thank you to Save Our Schools, Arizona List, the Human Rights Campaign, Planned Parenthood Advocates of Arizona, American Federation for Teachers, AEA, the Working Families Party, and so many other organizations who have stood by my campaign. Thank you. And lastly, I'd like to say thank you to the Clean Elections Commission, because I don't know where I would be if I didn't have the ability to run clean. I chose to run as a clean elections candidate because for far too long, dark money and special interest groups have used their deep pockets to buy political influence and advance their own agendas. To be clear, my budget was 1/3 of my opponent's. 1/3. But my passion for this work is unmatched. And as more votes get tabulated, I hope that we will have the chance to show Arizona once again that this position cannot be bought by corrupt politicians. As you all know, my first term as superintendent has been nothing like I could have ever imagined. We had years appended by the unprecedented pandemic, but I'm so proud of what we have accomplished over the past 4 years. For the first time in decades, the Office of the State Superintendent has prioritized students' mental health. We've hired hundreds of school counselors and social workers across the state. And we prioritized our teachers too. Can we first get a round of applause for our wonderful teachers? We invested millions of dollars in teacher mentoring programs, and we created the first Arizona teacher residency program. And even in the midst of a global pandemic, we acted with urgency to ensure that every student had the tools they needed to succeed. We even expanded access to technology and internet, both in rural and urban parts of the state. So when I'm envisioning the future of Arizona, I'm not only thinking of the future that I want for my daughter, who will be starting kindergarten in just a few short.
That is current Superintendent of Public Instruction, Kathy Hoffman, who took office a couple years ago, and most of her time in office has really been spent dealing with the pandemic-related issues, and also Arizona's major teacher shortage. She is up about 12 points, at least according to those early numbers coming in so far tonight.
Yeah, no kidding. Okay, and there's a reason why we keep hearing Democrat after Democrat after Democrat take the stage. This is the peak of their night.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the reason we're going to all the Democrats taking the stage right now is simple. They're the ones going on stage, and the reason for that is this is, I would say, again, peak Democrat here for this evening. Right now, they're all, many of the top-wide, state-run Democrats right now holding a pretty comfortable lead right now, and that we saw that early on at the initial drop. And now it just recently expanded again because we got a very big Democratic county that just came in and reported. And I think you were going to tell us a little bit about what was going on there.
Yeah, everyone out there right now watching Arizona's Family are kind of like that political junkies, right? This is kind of high adrenaline, high energy. But I know you've got family members and friends that might be sitting on this couch, maybe calling up a Netflix film. But this is what we want to do, kind of give you an idea of how you can share those numbers by numbers, hour by hour number drops. Why don't we come over here to the Content Center? I'm going to show you here online, azfamily.com. Made it real simple. Just under our logo is election results, and you can check in and then share right there from your phone in your hand or your laptop. You can share these numbers with your friends. Now, going to what Dennis was just saying, we've got this really cool interactive map with the populated numbers, and we can go county by county. And we've been talking about some of the trends that we have maybe seen before in previous elections and how counties tend to swing based on voter registration. Well, of course, Coconino County, right? Largest city, Flagstaff tends to lean Democratic. Right now in the governor's race, Katie Hobbs out to a pretty significant lead right now, 68% to 31%. Yavapai County, kind of the heart of the hardcore Republican Party right there, the old Yavapai County Courthouse, a huge gathering point for the traditional GOP party members up there. Kari Lake right now, 56.8% over Katie Hobbs, 43.2%. That is to be expected. Also, Kari Lake leading in Mojave County, but I want to check weather-wise in Mojave County as far as voter turnout. They've had wind gusts up to 53 miles an hour. Right now, if I combine the voter totals right now, there is about 45 to 46,000 people counted right now. It's still pretty early in Mojave County, but it's over half of the votes that have been counted. Now let's end, and Dennis, jump in here, down here in south central Arizona in the blues. Pima County now reporting Katie Hobbs out to a pretty commanding 70,000 vote lead with 41% of the votes counted. But I also, Dennis, you can comment on this, and I'll toss it over to you. Down here in the U.S. Senate race, look at which county is currently, and again, it's early, it's only, 8:49 on election night. Yuma County, traditionally a pretty strong Republican stronghold. Mark Kelly, Dennis, is out to just under 1,000 vote lead right now in Yuma County. It's an early night, but all of these interactive maps you can share with your friends right there on your smartphone. Just go to azfamily.com and hit that election 2022 election results. And you can kind of go numbers by number and geek out with us all night long here in Arizona's Family.
Yeah, and the big question we have right there, we just don't know right now. How many people showed up down in Yuma County? Again,
exactly.
It's been a Republican strategy this election cycles. Hold on to your votes. Get out there on election day. Even today, a lot of the top Republicans across the state, were pushing people like get out there, get out the vote and hold the line. Don't leave the line. Stay in the line. It was part of the strategy right now, and they're hoping again for that really big turnout, and they're going to hopefully they want to change that up. So are we going to see that in Yuma County? That's the big question, right, Sean?
And about 60% of the votes counted right now, Dennis.
Yeah.
And it's about 28,000 people counted. That's a pretty low on a midterm year, about 28,000. I think we're going to probably see that number change throughout the night.
Yeah, I think you're going to see a lot of these races change here. Maybe we're going to start seeing that tonight as those day of votes that were tabulated, as people were walking in there, they get counted. We start getting updates on that. Maybe after 9, 10 o'clock tonight, you can start seeing the dynamics of this race really shaping up and how it's going to play out over the next couple of days.
All right, let's let people know where we stand right now in some of the biggest races around the state of Arizona. Let's begin with the race for governor. These are the latest numbers we have. Katie Hobbs, the Democrat, out with a fairly sizable lead. As we mentioned, this lead grew once those early returns from Pima County arrived just moments ago.
And when Katie Hobbs took the stage, she said, let's go party tonight. These are the numbers that we wanted to see, but just hold steady because it's going to take days to call this. They are expecting it to be very close once it's all said and done.
Yeah, for Democrats, when they want to party, right now is the best time because, again, I really do believe, and the numbers will bear this out, that this is peak Democrat time, especially with Pima County reporting after this. All the early voting out there, we'd expected that. For Democrats all across the state. I mean, for example, we saw today Republicans down in Pima County, a Democrat stronghold. We saw 51% of Republicans show up. They were the ones who were checking in day of down in Pima County. So you're going to see that play out in every county again. Right now, if you're Democrats, right now is probably going to be the peak time for you tonight.
And in the race for U.S. Senator Mark Kelly's lead also grew considerably once those Pima County ballots were added to the statewide total. It's an 18-point lead. That you can call sizable, right?
That is a very sizable. But again, I do think you're going to see this lead go down. From the very beginning, the Kelly people were telling me that they think that this was going to be a margin of error race. We saw Kelly eke out a victory just a couple of years ago in a hotly contested race then. They expected a very hotly contested race now. It seemed like Masters had some momentum heading into the final week of this campaign. And even them talking with the people on his team and around him in that orbit, They were expecting a very tight race. So again, just like all these other races, I'm going to be a broken record tonight, guys. I'm very sorry about that, but I think it's worth reminding our voters that these things are going to get tighter.
Yeah, and Mark Victor, we should mention 2% of the vote right there. He dropped out just 1 week ago today. That didn't leave voters a lot of time. And again, those early ballots were coming in for that. Let's take a look at Secretary of State results right now. Mark Finchem, your Republican, trailing by 18 points to Adrian Fontes, who was the county recorder in Maricopa County in that contested 2020 election, which Finchem said he would not have certified if he had the job at the time.
Yeah, and I think, a significant moment in this race was the last few weeks. You saw some independent outside groups come in and spend very heavily hitting Mark Finchem, attacking Mark Finchem in these ads. Mark Finchem was one of those guys. He was at the Capitol on January 6th. There was video of him at the Capitol on January 6th. But again, he didn't go inside. We don't have any evidence of him being inside or breaking any laws, being part of that. But a lot of, attack ads, a lot of money was spent attacking him on that.
And 2 years ago, he was one of the first people to meet with Rudy Giuliani here in Arizona as they tried to figure out a way to come up with evidence to prove that the last election was rigged somehow. 2 years later, he's never presented anything.
No, and again, he has been he has really emerged as almost like a national voice for the Stop the Steal movement. He was intricately, out there promoting these kinds of things. And again, audit after audit, lawsuit after lawsuit showed that these claims were debunked. But he stands by it right now, and he has said that he would not have certified the 2020 election, despite all the evidence that it was a fair election here in Arizona. And again, I think recently, he was quoted as saying that he doesn't believe that Biden won that election, which he did, because he has never talked to anybody who he says voted for Joe Biden.
I think this is one reason why we saw Prop 131 on the ballot to begin with, clarifying that if that passes, we'll get a lieutenant governor position. So it'll be the governor, lieutenant governor on a joint ticket. And that would clarify, because as it stands right now, Secretary of State is next in line should anything happen to the governor. And depending on who wins the governor's seat here, that could be a very big differential between.
And again, we can go over the history of it. Candidates. Arizona has a very long history of its Secretary of State's being promoted up to that governor's office. Again, Doug Ducey is the first governor since Bruce Babbitt in the 80s to have been elected to 2 terms and to serve out 2 full terms.
Yeah. Let's take a look at where we stand tonight when it comes to the race for Arizona Attorney General. The Democrat Chris Mays has a sizable lead over Abe Hamadeh. This is pretty typical of what we've been seeing through the night when it comes to the Democrats really benefiting from folks turning those ballots in early, at least for these early numbers.
Yeah, and again, this is a theme tonight. I think we can start talking a little bit about it when you start talking about Hamadeh. He was another one of those Republicans that won former President Donald Trump's nomination in the primary. A lot of people have referred to Abe Hamadeh, Adrian Fontes, and Kari Lake and Blake Masters as the, quote, MAGA slate of candidates, the America First type candidates or Arizona First type candidates. Tonight is a big test for the former president, as rumors are running rampant that the former president may announce another run for the White House. This is a test of his influence with the general population. He showed that, Mr. Trump showed he still has a lot of influence with the Republican Party. Does he still have the magic touch when it comes to general elections and general election voters? This is a test for that in a way tonight, guys.
Yeah, and this is an open seat because Mark Brnovich, Republican, has held that. He's term limited. So that, again, opening up the potential for Dems to flip this critical state seat.
All right, well, we've heard from a number of Democrats taking this stage. Let's switch over and check in with the Republican Party tonight. They're gathering in Scottsdale. Sarah Robinson standing by live for us tonight up there. Hi, Sarah.
Well, good evening, you guys. The party here is continuing to grow and the atmosphere along with it. Several Republican heavy hitters just hit the stage. You can hear the cheers coming from behind me. They are telling the audience to ride that Republican wave through tonight. The first batch of results did just come in, and although it is leading blue, they say that that's a good sign for them, that they are counting on those day of votes to come in. We heard from 2 Republican congressmen who say that their next battle is to get Nancy Nancy Pelosi out of office.
And we're going to show Nancy Pelosi the door very shortly. Don't let it hit you on the backside, Nancy. She's losing the gavel but finding the hammer. Too soon? Is that too soon? I didn't know. I just didn't know.
Republicans tonight also saying it is a good sign that Secretary Hobbs already came out tonight on stage to address her supporters. They're seeing that as a win for Kari Lake. We have not seen Lake or heard that she's in the building yet. Still waiting on that as more results come back. I'll send it back to you guys. Live in Scottsdale, I'm Sarah Robinson for Arizona's Family.
All right, Sarah, we know you guys will keep an eye on the stage for us and let us know as folks come up to talk to the crowd there.
We're standing by taking a look at the numbers, and we'll have much more election team coverage after this quick break.
When you take your car in for an oil change, a good mechanic will also take care of other routine maintenance to make sure your car runs safely and efficiently. Protecting your health isn't much different. When you get a COVID
in Maricopa County.
People were waiting with their ballots, and no one could run them through the machine. So then the lady got up and said, our machines are not working.
But they were coming, and they were not able, some of these people not able to feed it into the tabulator. It's frustrating.
Long lines and problems with tabulation machines at dozens of voting centers, sparking rumors on social media.
We do not believe that anyone has been disenfranchised because no one has been turned away. Our job here, we're trying to run an election. We're focused on that.
One party took the issues to court. Live election coverage from Arizona's Family continues right now. And the results are coming in. We will continue bringing them as new batches of ballots get tabulated and sent out from the Secretary of State's office. But yeah, this morning, the big story was that Election Day got off to a pretty rough start for some voters in Maricopa County.
Yeah, it sure did. There were two big issues, having Republican groups filing a last-minute lawsuit before the end of the day. The judge in Superior Court ultimately turned them down. First up, they were saying there were problems with those tabulation machines at about 60 voting centers just in Maricopa County. Turned out to be a problem with the printer settings. They fixed it, and everyone who tried to vote was able to.
And voters in some spots around the state ended up waiting in some pretty long lines earlier today. Some waited for up to 2 hours or so. They got especially long as people were heading home from work. So the 5 o'clock and 6 o'clock hours especially busy today at the polls.
The Republican National Committee and Kari Lake again filed that lawsuit in Superior Court because of the printer issue. They wanted to extend polling hours to 10 p.m., delaying early ballot returns till 11. We're checking in with our crews in the field to see what those lines look like at this point. They do claim some poll workers told voters to get rid of their ballots if they weren't accepted by the tabulation machines. But again, the Board of Supervisors says everyone was able to vote. The judge denied that request to extend poll hours. And in fact, we're starting to get a look at those early returns.
In fact, you can scan that QR code, which keeps popping up on the bottom of your screen. That will take you to a link where you can open the latest results, which are constantly updated on our AZ Family News app and also azfamily.com. Well, the Democrats have come out with a strategy tonight. We are hearing from all of the major candidates as soon as the first couple batches of ballots were delivered.
Yeah, it's the peak of their night. They were expecting to take the lead out the gate with those early ballots coming in. Morgan Lowe is live in downtown Phoenix. Hey, Morgan.
Yeah, guys, that didn't just happen, but I will tell you that this crowd here at the Democratic Party has become increasingly optimistic as the night has gone on because those early numbers have come in at or above where they were expecting them to come in if they want to sort of pull off this victory. They want to hold off this, what was expected to be a red wave. And the mainline candidates, the headline candidates, have all given speeches already this evening, also riling up the crowd, getting them fired up. And the first one who came out was Katie Hobbs, the top of the ticket, someone who has been criticized by even some on the Democratic side for running a sort of low-key campaign, especially when you compare it to Kari Lake's sort of circus atmosphere. But tonight, she said that at this point, their strategy is working. Here's what she had to say.
We have seen the first results come in, and we are feeling good about what we're seeing. And that's because of all of the hard work that everyone in this room has put in. You all made calls, you knocked on doors, you talked to your friends, your family, your neighbors about what's at stake in this election. And most importantly, you all got out and voted. Now that the campaign is over and polls have closed, the county election officials are hard at work tabulating those votes, and they're going to be tabulating them for the next few days. I know that we're all eager to find out who won each of these incredibly important races, but we need to be patient and wait for every vote to be counted, because every single vote matters.
All right, so that was Katie Hobbs, the top of the ticket, talking about every vote mattering. She talked about the strategy, and that's something that we haven't heard a lot of, and it's that Democratic get out the vote strategy. Not only getting those early ballots in, but going door to door and getting more people to show up day of, because we do expect the Republicans to gain ground on this day of voting. But the Democrats are optimistic that their strategy of going door to door, knocking on the doors, and getting people to show up will also help them. Let me just give you a scene setter of what's happening. So what we have behind me, these are the volunteers and the election workers who are down here in the main ballroom. The actual candidates and the top campaign officials are upstairs in hotel rooms and suites, and that's where they're getting the intelligence on what's happening with the latest numbers. They're watching those numbers and calculating where they need to be. And these campaigns going into tonight had a target figure of how far ahead they needed to be with these first ballots that came in. And so far in every one of the races, the Democrats have met or exceeded that target. It places them in a good position to hold off what we do expect to be a large Republican turnout today. Reporting live with the Democrats, I'm Morgan Lowe. Back to you guys.
Morgan, thank you. And we are starting to hear from some of the Republican candidates. Let's go ahead and check in with Derek Stahl live at the watch party in Scottsdale. Hey, Derek.
Well, good evening. We haven't heard yet from the top of the ticket Republican candidates like Kari Lake, Blake Masters, Abe Hamadeh, Mark Fincham. But a short time ago, we did hear from Arizona State Treasurer Kimberly Yee. She was elected in 2018. She's running for re-election against Democratic state lawmaker Martin Quezada. She basically has an interesting position. This is a position where you're kind of like the investment manager for the state of Arizona. You're in charge of making investment decisions, trying to maximize return on investment. And she has said publicly that she does not take political considerations into consideration when she's making these investment decisions. But when she spoke a short time ago, she told the crowd about an incident last year involving Ben & Jerry's. Yes, the ice cream company. That company decided to boycott parts of Israel. Kimberly Yee described that as an overly woke decision. Here's what she had to say about that.
In the West Bank, they decided not to sell ice cream that they've been selling for 30 plus years. And so I told Ben & Jerry's and their parent company, you've got to go back in and sell ice cream. You can't boycott. You've got to give them their freedom. And they said no. So I divested $143 million of your state dollars down to zero. And Unilever, Ben & Jerry's, they called me 6 weeks ago and they said, guess what, Treasurer Yee? We're going back into Israel and selling ice cream again.
So Kimberly Yee has made history twice. She was the first Asian American elected to the Arizona State Legislature. She was the first Asian American elected to statewide office. And if she wins re-election, she'll be the first Asian American to win statewide re-election. Reporting live in Scottsdale, I'm Derek Stahl for Arizona's Family.
All right, Derek, thanks so much. We'll talk to you in just a few. In the meantime, let's talk about all those ballot propositions. I think we had 10 or so props on the ballot this year.
Right?
I remember getting
22.
the ballot and, looking through it. I was like, I got some work to do to figure out what these all are.
Yeah, I think it was a lot of homework was put on voters and a lot of expectations because there was a lot of stuff to explain on that. And kind of my initial thought was going to be like, man, a lot of these are going to go down just because people, what they don't know what's going on, are probably going to just vote against it. And one of the big ones I've been watching tonight was the proposition regarding dark money. Those dark money groups, they spend big money on various races, but you don't know where the sources of the money is coming from. This prop would force them to disclose a lot of that money. And last I checked, it was winning really big. And the other interesting one, too, I think, was the one that creates that lieutenant governor one.
Let's bring up the one you've mentioned first, Dennis. This is Prop 211. This is what former State Attorney General Terry Goddard has been working on, right, for quite some time, saying he wants to kind of lift the veil on who is donating all this campaign cash.
And I think this is one of those issues. We always talk about like what a hyper-partisan world we live in right now, and that is true. This right here might be one of those types of issues what voters, Republicans, Democrats, Independents all kind of agree on. Like, look, if you want to spend a lot of money influencing elections and influencing policy, we should at least have the right to know where that money is coming from. I think you get a lot of, and by some of these numbers right now, I think you are getting some bipartisan support on this. I don't think this was much of a partisan issue, but again, the voting's not done yet. The opposition didn't spend a lot of money on this, and frankly, the pro side didn't spend a whole lot of money on it either.
Well, the opposition, their stance was something along the lines of, if we reveal all these names, it sets them up to become a target or for threats or something. So that was sort of the opposition to that one. So we'll see where that pans out as more votes come in. Let's take a look at the other one you mentioned. This was the proposition which would create the position of a lieutenant governor.
Yeah, and some folks I spoke to that were kind of iffy on this. I mean, regular people you meet out in real life, because yes, folks, we do have real lives, and we have people who work outside the news, and I know people outside politics. And some of the ideas that are out there is like, why do we want to create a new politician? But the idea is, at least the people who are behind this, and state lawmaker J.D. Mesnard has been behind this for quite a while right now, is that you elect a governor, you should, and if they leave for some reason, voters should have that expectation that there's somebody on that ticket, somebody in office who should be able to elevate and take over that position, kind of like you vote for a president and a vice president. They think that's only fair at this. But some of the pushback is also the lieutenant governor, according to this proposition, would also run Department of Administration, one of the largest departments, if not the largest department in the state. And some people think that that should not be an elected position. That should be, as it is right now, an appointed position.
Yeah, it came to pass in 2009 when Governor Janet Napolitano, who was a Democrat, got called to help the Obama administration with Homeland Security. So when she left office, she's replaced with the Republican Secretary of State, Jan Brewer. And that wasn't the first time. In 1988, a Republican, Evan Meacham, impeached by the House, and Democrat Rose Mofford took over. So when you have that flip-flop at the top, that's really jarring for your constituents.
Yeah, and look, I mean, you brought up, Janet Napolitano leaving to go work for the Obama administration to work, and take over a big administrative job there. A lot of long-time Democrats watching tonight, you're probably just you got them angry with that one because they were pretty angry at Janet Napolitano at that time after winning in 2006, leaving the job 2 years into her second term, and that gave State, Jan Brewer. And if we all remember, shortly after that, Jan Brewer was the one that passed and signed the controversial immigration bill, Senate Bill 1070. So a lot of people were upset about that, and I think Democrats from back then, from 2008, would probably say, yeah, it would have been nice to have a lieutenant governor to carry on what she was trying to get done and what we voted for. And it might be an issue again if Kari Lake is able to pull this out, because I mean, this election's not even over. But there's already talk about Kari Lake. She's the media darling of the right right now, and a potential VP pick for Donald Trump if and when he decides to run for president again.
She said this morning, she was asked point blank at a news conference, so there's this talk if Trump announces that you might be his sweet darling for the VP role, and she said, I'm committed to Arizona, I'll stay here for 4, if not 8, but we never know what's going to happen. But I think when you see who's running for governor this year and then take a look at the Secretary of State, that's why this proposition was on the ballot, because you couldn't have people who were at greater odds. I mean, the Trump ticket is very strong election denialism, and then you take a look at the Democratic side of things, and if you have that flip-flop that high up.
And to be clear, obviously, if this did pass, this wouldn't be on the ballot for another few years. It wouldn't affect Kari Lake. I think 2026. I mean, we're getting way ahead out there, but like again, it's got people thinking about that, and I'm surprised. I mean, that's not surprised by what Kari Lake has said. That's her standard answer. If she's asked about leaving for a VP, she'll say she's going to be here for the next 8 years.
She was definitely quick to discount it and then criticize the reporter who asked that question. Let's move on to one more that we were talking about earlier. This one has to do with Dreamers. This is Prop 308. This would provide tuition, state tuition for young people who were brought here by their parents. This would allow them to attend in-state schools, at a lower cost, at the typical cost for an in-state school.
And this is one where I think, like, again, and you could be wrong in the analysis here, and the voters are always surprising, but this is probably a much more of a partisan issue, because this has the idea of immigration in this. So I would expect with those day of voters that this is going to be a little bit tighter right now. If you're for the Prop 308 right now, if you are for tuition for non-citizens in here, you may not be as comfortable as you are, if you had a 15, 20-point lead at this point. But obviously, this means a lot for a lot of folks out there that are trying to go to school, particularly those dreamers, those young immigrants who were brought here as young children for no fault of their own. And this could help them, achieve that and get, in-state tuition, which is cheaper, obviously. So I would expect that, because this is much more of a partisan issue, to get a little bit tighter as we move on.
The Phoenix Chamber of Commerce and the State Chamber of Commerce and Industry joined Chicanos por la Casa to support that one. So we'll see if that
why
has
wouldn't
any
they? I mean, the
impact.
business community, what they want is educated workers. That's exactly what they want.
Put them here. Okay, we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back, taking a closer look at all of those early returns coming in on this midterm election night. We'll be right back.
Hear about weather first from your First Alert weather and traffic team on Arizona's Family 3 TV.
If you want to be a part of all
Reminding people that American constitutional patriots we're still here and we're not going anywhere. And we want truthful, honest elections. And if that requires, I think it'd be a great idea to have hand counting of ballots to verify. Okay, if we can't get rid of the machines, okay, which we would like, but okay, then let's verify what the machines, what the machine results show.
And as you heard there, just two sides of the situation here, but we really have not seen large-scale protests at all. It's really just been a handful of people looking to watch the process on, wanting to be as close to the action as they could get. But just back out here live, looking at this situation, it's just kind of a commentary on the state of our elections here in Arizona, that outside the tabulation center, you need these two gates, this incredible amount of security, so many deputies, members of law enforcement monitoring this building because of the threats and what we saw in 2020, those large-scale protests that got really tense at times. And so this is the response to that. Sheriff Penzone promising a safe, secure election. That's what we're seeing here. They are manning the area here. We're going to continue to monitor the action, to watch for any protesters that might turn out, and to see if people kind of gather here outside the building. But for now, we are live in downtown Phoenix. Amy Cutler, Arizona's Family.
Layers of barricades down there behind you. Amy, thank you very much for that update. I saw deputies trotting by on horseback earlier, so security, they definitely took it seriously.
Not anything I ever expected to see in a midterm election, because I remember, again, keep saying back in the day, but the midterm elections were sleepy affairs and there wasn't a whole lot of interest, and now we're seeing barriers outside.
We do have federal monitors who came to 5 different counties here in Arizona just to take a look at making sure that things were running smoothly after there were nearly a dozen complaints of potential voter intimidation. The Secretary of State reported that to the Attorney General's office and the Department of Justice. And that one man mentioned hand counting. Cochise County tried to go to court to hand count all of their general election ballots, and that's clearly against state statute, so that's still in the appeal process right now.
Okay. And for anybody, real quick, anybody who wants a hand count and then is also frustrated tonight that they don't have results right away.
Those two things don't match.
Like, think it through. I would just say, think it through. Just think it through.
All right, let's talk about some more results. Can we talk about some races for Congress? Let's begin with Arizona District 1. I believe we have the latest results. This is Congressman Schweikert, who is behind quite a bit, Dennis, and this to me stuck out, but you said you do expect Schweikert to make up quite a bit of ground.
Again, earlier in the show, we talked a lot about how Republicans are going to be holding on to their ballots until the day of. I think this is another case. Now, unfortunately for Mr. Hodge, this wouldn't be the first time in the past 2 election cycles that he would go out and maybe go into the night with a lead, only for it to evaporate as more ballots were counted. This happened to Mr. Hodge a couple of years ago. He ran for a seat on the County Board of Supervisors. He narrowly lost that. He goes on to run here. David Schweikert is seen as one of those vulnerable candidates, Republican incumbents out there, because he has had some scandals. He has admitted to various ethics in violations and paid some fines and things like that. So people look at him and say, like, look, we think he's vulnerable. We can take him out. And again, Mr. Schweikert, I believe you're going to see him take over that lead here in the day, maybe tonight or in the coming days. He is a tenacious campaigner. I've known him for a very long time. But if you're Javen Hodge, you'd like to be up a little bit more and have a bigger cushion, kind of like those double-digit leads that we saw, bigger double-digit leads that we saw with some of the statewide races.
That was a very close district, with Biden beating Trump by just less than 2 points. So skewing Democratic right now is not completely unexpected.
And just to remind folks, District 1's over in Scottsdale, Paradise Valley, parts of Cave Creek as well. And Congressman Schweikert, what is he, 6th term, I believe, at this point? He's been in Congress for a while.
He's been in Congress for a while. He's been in the public eye for quite a while. I mean, he was the treasurer of Maricopa County, a lifetime ago. So people are familiar with him out there. Again, this is a nice lead for him, but I think if you're Mr. Hodge, you'd like to see a little bit more in terms of raw votes.
Well, let's take a look at U.S. House District 2 down in Tucson. Incumbent Tom O'Halloran against Navy SEAL Eli Crane, the Republican Trump-endorsed candidate, with a slim lead right now, and that's a flip-flop.
Yeah, and this could be an end of Tom O'Halloran's, public service up there in that area, because long before he was a congressman, he was also a state lawmaker. He happened to be a Republican state lawmaker at the time. Now, heading into this election, Tom O'Halloran was kind of marked and earmarked as maybe one of the more vulnerable Democrats here in the electoral map across the country. Some late money did come in for Mr. O'Halloran, but Eli Crane showing some strength here today. And again, I would expect Mr. Crane, maybe he has that advantage again for the same reason we're seeing other Republicans that have that advantage in the coming days, with Republican voters coming out day of, and those votes are yet to been tallied so far.
And in the closing days of the campaign, Eli Crane, his campaign spent some money with a focus on border issues, and he was able to beat off a lot of other Republican candidates in the primary with former President Trump's endorsements.
Yeah, it seemed like that was a big key in the primary. Again, Mr. Trump is running again a lot of candidates across the country, particularly here in Arizona as well. Big test for him tonight in this week to see how well he does in a general election.
Maricopa County just did another dump of some votes coming in at 9:30. So in just the last 7 minutes, we're getting a refreshed look at the numbers. Let's take a look now at District 5 for the U.S. House. Andy Biggs, our Republican incumbent, with a slim 3-point lead over Javier Ramos, and Clint Smith, the independent, just at 7%. That differential could make a big difference.
Yeah, and there was some dissatisfaction with a lot of Republicans in that district. They were the ones who recruited Clint Smith to come out and run, and challenge Mr. Biggs in this race. Now, Smith was a long-time Republican in this area, and there have been some people who are really not happy with Mr. Biggs's performance in Congress. They don't feel like he was paying much attention to them out there in that Mesa district, that he was more interested in grabbing the spotlight and making, grandiose speeches and things like that. Javier Ramos, looks like to be in decent position as far as a Democrat in that area. Again, this is a very heavy Republican district. Andy Biggs should be expanding his lead as the night and the days wear on.
Yeah, and District 5 represents a large portion of the East Valley, Southeast Valley. What I thought was interesting about Javier Ramos, he didn't take any donations. No donations to his campaign. That was part of his platform, that he wouldn't take anybody's money.
No, and in that district, if you're a Democrat in that district, you're probably very well aware of Andy Biggs, and you're just not going to vote for him out there. And again, 7%, that's probably the 7%. You got some independents, but a good small percentage of Republicans out there maybe know Andy Biggs, part of that whole attempt out there to get him out of office. But you see, he's very popular in that district, and he's probably going to easily cruise on to victory again.
Okay, let's take a check-in on the Republican Watch Party. Michael Raimondi is standing by live in Scottsdale. And I know early on in the night, they were not really showing those early returns, which were favoring Democrats by double digits. Have they started showing those percentages on the big screens, Michael?
That has not happened so far for the last, well, it's not even up there right now. When they are showing results, it's coming from Fox News, which is focusing on some of the other national races like Florida and other states where Republicans have won mostly. So you hear the crowd cheering here and there. Another thing to point out, it is 9:39 here. We have not heard from any of the candidates running from the Republicans. We've heard from the the Arizona GOP chairwoman, Kelly Ward, and some other speakers and representatives, but none of the candidates. One person we did just hear from, we did an interview with, was Senate President Karen Fann. She was part of that audit in 2020 after that election to just look into how elections are done and see if there are things that can be improved. And she said that today she hopes every vote is going to be able to be counted here from the election today. But she also said this election, in her eyes, was safe. While there were issues, and she was very frustrated by that, she does not think there was any fraud. This is what she had to say on that.
I have never, ever said fraud, ever. And I've never said stop the steal. What myself and my other colleagues have said, let's make sure that if they're honest elections, let's follow the laws. We know that there were many laws broken in the 2020 election. We can prove that.
And so I asked her if she thought any laws were broken today. And she kind of laughed, saying, well, it's way too soon to tell that, and she's not going to accuse anyone of that. She really didn't want to get into that territory. But she said there were certainly problems And she was very frustrated with the Maricopa County reporter, Stephen Richer. She mentioned him by name today, saying that he ran a campaign a couple of years ago saying, hey, Adrian Fontes, he did not run a good campaign, or run a good election, I should say. I will do that. A couple of years later, the people in his own party, the Republican Party, is certainly frustrated with what has happened. But again, the big key there coming from Fan is that she doesn't think anything was stolen or fraudulent, just maybe frustrating and inconvenient for voters, something that should not happen. You also asked at the top of this hit here about the results. Well, they did bring up one result here in the last couple of minutes to the stage from Cochise County, from the Lake campaign, saying nearly 74% of those votes went to Kari Lake. That is the only results we have heard or seen on the big screen here at the GOP event tonight. Of course, Democrats have a big lead. People here, though, still confident that Republicans, with that in-person voter turnout today, will narrow that gap and, for people here, hopefully take the lead. If anybody else comes forward with any results or any of the candidates come out on stage, we will certainly bring that to you live. I'll send it back to you in the studio.
Yeah, and I think that the Republicans who control the County Board of Supervisors would certainly disagree with what Senator Finn had to say to you tonight about the 2020 election. Michael, thanks very much. We will check back in with you in just a bit. We're going to take a quick break here and continue our coverage of the midterm election results right after this.
Weather and traffic should be easy. So our AZ Family Weather app is easy too. Don't get up, just grab your phone, aim the camera, and download it for free.
You control the alerts.
As a pivotal swing state. Of course, our Senate race is not as close as many thought it would be out the gate because of those early ballots so far.
Yeah, we've been hyper locally focused so far in our coverage, but scene's going to broaden us out tonight to talk about the balance of power nationwide.
Going to broaden it out, but it's almost like a funnel, because then everything funnels back to what happens here in Arizona and out in the desert Southwest. Nevada might play a role, and this is in the later part of the evening when the GOP strategy really tries to kick in to try to retake the U.S. Senate. And it's not a big goal. It's just a net gain of one seat, because right now it's split with the deciding factor over Vice President Kamala Harris. So let's go over to the big board and show you. This is kind of a map that you can kind of follow along with at home on azfamily.com. You hit the election results, and right up here is a couple of hyperlinks, balance of power. And if you hit that, what comes out is a really cool color-coded map here of the United States. This is the U.S. Senate race. And here's the Republican strategy, basically, to flip the Senate tonight. What they have to do is they have to hold firm in 2 states. They have to win Wisconsin, which right now they're leaning towards, and they've got to either hold or win Pennsylvania. So right now it's a toss-up. It's kind of an and/or situation. They got to either win Wisconsin or they got to win Pennsylvania. Right now it's split. But that's not the end of the strategy. Again, this is the strategy, the GOP strategy, to win over the U.S. Senate. What they've got to do is they've got to win New Hampshire, which right now they are not leading in. They've got to win Georgia. They got to flip 1 or 2 of these races, either win New Hampshire, win Georgia, or they've got to win Nevada, and they've got to win Arizona. They got to flip 1 to 2 of those 4 states. Right now, split between New Hampshire and Georgia. Slim lead right now for Mark Kelly. And right now, what's interesting is there's been no results reported in Nevada. And Jared and Nicole, it was a really interesting morning up in Las Vegas when one of the biggest unions in the state, the Culinary Union, went out all across the city of Las Vegas and started bringing people to the polls. They finally started making that effort, that last-ditch effort to get as many people in the polls as possible. And guys, the weather in Nevada has been brutal. Wind gusts 45, 50 miles an hour. There has been some rain up there. So the outcome in Nevada might be down a little bit. So again, all eyes later on tonight, tomorrow, or the next day could come down to who wins the Senate race here in Arizona that may or may not flip the U.S. Senate for the GOP.
So much on the line for us here in Arizona and nationwide, of course. Scene, thank you so much for breaking down those numbers. Yeah, we've been watching it very closely.
Yeah, and that's such a powerful and well-organized union up in Nevada, so we'll see the impact that has as well. In a moment here, we're going to talk about some of the ballot propositions again, because as new results have come in, it looks like Prop 211, this is the one which would ban so-called dark money from elections. That has really picked up steam, and we're trying to talk to former Secretary of State Terry Goddard, who's been pushing for that for quite a while.
Yeah, right now we're going to check in live with Morgan Lowe, who's live in downtown Phoenix. And you've been seeing a lot of momentum down there. They said it's time to party. The numbers are great. And are things clearing out, though, behind you?
Oh, yeah. Right, and one of the winners so far, declared winner, Congressman Ruben Gallego is here live now. Congressman, congratulations, first of all. But in the race in general, what are you seeing when you see these big numbers for the Democrats early on?
Well, look, there's no doubt that the Republicans are going to catch up on Election Day voters. Had huge turnout, but the Democrats built a big lead, but not just because of Democratic votes, because independents and a lot of Republicans crossed over. So what I'm telling you right now, there is no red wave in Arizona. It looks like our candidates are doing really well. I think it's going to come down to the really, really small margins, but at the end of the day, a lot of them are going to pull off. I can't tell you who they're going to be, but I can tell you I feel very confident that we're going to have a very successful midterm election in Arizona.
So when you're talking about margins making a difference, what is it that you think could push the Democrats ahead or some of the Democrats ahead? What are those details?
Number one, I think there's a lot of Republicans, and I say a lot, probably like 10 to 15%, that crossed over and voted for Democrats. I think the extremism of the Republican Party, them attacking John McCain on his legacy, being election deniers, probably made a lot of Republicans decide they did not want to vote or decided to vote for Democrats. And I think that's why you're seeing people like Adrian Fontes, who's running away with this, Marquez is running away with this, Katie Hobbs is running away with this right now. Again, a lot of Election Day voters are going to come in. It's going to get closer, but this is a very good position where Democrats are right now.
Congressman Ruben Gallego, congratulations on your win tonight. We're going to send it back to you guys in the studio.
Morgan, thank you so much. And again, he was saying that Republicans will no doubt pick up some steam overnight and in the days to come. Again, these numbers just are early returns coming in from voters who turned in those ballots ahead of time, which heavily leans towards our Democratic voters.
Absolutely, as expected, right? This is what we've been talking about for a couple weeks now. Let's get a check of some of the results of some of the biggest races here in Arizona, beginning with the race for Arizona governor. As it stands tonight, Katie Hobbs has a quite sizable lead, but again, Kari Lake is expected to pick up many more votes as more precincts or more a day of votes, as Nicole just said, are tabulated.
That 14% differential that you're seeing right here is a far wider swath than we saw in any of the early pollings. I mean, the pollsters were putting this at like a 1 to 3 to, I think there was at one point maybe a 9 or a 10-point spread, but nothing like this. And again, that is because even with the early vote skewing, we're also starting to get some big drops from Democratic-leaning counties like Pima County that are going to favor your Democratic ticket. So that's why Katie Hobbs is doing very well right now.
I mean, these are two completely different candidates in terms of style, in terms of career background, in terms of campaigning.
And it's interesting because Secretary of State Katie Hobbs, Kari Lake has said she should recuse herself because she is actively running for governor at this point. And Katie Hobbs says, I'm not going to do that. But yeah, there has been talk that should she step down and recuse herself, especially when it might come down to the nitty-gritty of days to count if this comes down to being a very close race.
Yeah, her argument is there's no precedent for anything like that, but we'll see what comes in the days ahead. But it really is remarkable to see how Kari Lake has become such a national star in the MAGA wing of the Republican Party in just about a year and a half or so. You know, latched on to former President Trump, and he helped carry her. And we'll see if
he endorsed
one
her
day she ends up carrying
fall,
him.
Very early on, that's for sure. Quickly, let's take a look at the state superintendent. Incumbent Kathy Hoffman is up again by 12 points here over Tom Horn, who did the job for years ago, and then moved on to state attorney general.
And we have heard from Kathy Hoffman tonight. I expect we'll hear from Tom Horn and many of the other candidates as more results come in. We are going to take a quick break here. We have much more coverage, many more results coming into us, many more interviews and reactions from the different candidates at the different party headquarters tonight.
Yeah, we have teams fanned out across the valley and even down in Tucson. We'll be back with more live team coverage.
Many people think that all injury lawyers are the same, that their outcome is the same, the experience is the same. It's just not true. Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. The injury lawyer you hire does matter. Call the husband and wife law team first.
Game source of Tony Bislip is empty. I gotta call KG.
KG, what up? I got nothing for you, Fox.
Ah, come on.
Jalen. You want to tell?
Yeah.
Don't call somebody on live TV.
Well, you answered. Have other friends anyway.
Marshawn, Barry.
Listen, I need some tips.
I like LA.
LA?
No, Dallas. That's
Dallas.
Dallas? How about Detroit? Barry, call y'all right now. Vanessa.
I got a tip for you. Always go with your gut.
I like that. Let's go with our gut.
You get your jury summons, you show up in court, and who's there in court actually fighting for their clients? The husband and wife law team.
The insurance company, they know which lawyers fight. Visit us at husbandandwifelawteam.com.
All right, we want to welcome everybody to our live continuing coverage of election night here in 2022. We do want to extend a special welcome to our CBS 5 viewers who are just joining Arizona's Family's coverage right now.
We have been streaming nonstop election coverage with our teams fanned out in the field here in the Valley and down to Tucson. Since the polls closed at 7, the first numbers started coming in at 8, and we've been on the air since then, and we will be here for you till 11 at least.
That's right, checking in with all of our crews in the fields with the different parties, also down in Tucson with Senator Kelly's campaign. We've got our political editor, Dennis Welch, here tonight with us, providing context and perspective. We also have Sean McLaughlin, who is over at our wall tonight to walk us through some of the races, some of the results. Sean, what do you have?
Yeah, I'm just kind of taking these results that you can take at home if you're on your phone or your tablet, kind of second screening us. You can send some of these results to your family members or friends at azfamily.com. EasyVote.com. Just wanted to do some of the down ballot races, some of the House districts, some of those propositions that you may not have seen so far. Jevin Hodge looking to try to become the first elected black congressman from the state of Arizona, and he took on incumbent. So it looks like Sheriff Paul Penzone is talking live. So I think we're going to toss and hear from the sheriff. Of course, security has been a big issue in this midterm election. So let's see if we can take the podium live with Sheriff Paul Penzone, the county sheriff in Maricopa County.
As you can see, we have a lot of deputies out there, a lot of barricades. The helicopter was up, the horses were out there earlier. Our goal is this. It is to be just sound and disciplined in everything that we do to protect this site and the people within it so that they can count the votes. Tonight was relatively quiet as far as a presence out front. Is that what I expected? I didn't know what to expect one way or the other. We're just going to prepare for it. Do I believe that'll continue through the week? I don't know. We'll see a day at a time. But I hope that you feel, because you're in here and you've dealt with issues like this in the past and you've seen what unrest feels like, I hope that this gave you a sense of security also. I'm really proud of the deputies and the detention officers that are out there standing in line, and they will continue to do this throughout the week until I am confident that there's no reason for us to be present here anymore. But as it stands, I feel like those who have showed up have been very cooperative and peaceful. The folks that are coming in from the poll sites, which is going on right now, bringing in ballots, it seems as though they've been unobstructed and things have gone to plan, which is a good thing, and it reflects the hard work by the recorder's office and by our county supervisors. So I'm happy to take a few questions, but quite frankly, this is just a very comprehensive, disciplined plan that's been in place for quite some time, and what you're seeing out there is just our message to the community that we're serious about keeping this place safe.
When we started having tabulation problems, people started tweeting, et cetera, about stolen votes, et cetera. Did we have any credible threats here?
I'm not aware, if you're talking about threats on the facility, I'm not aware of any threats on the facility. And anything that we deal with on a personal scale is always going to be confidential until we're able to vet out if there's legitimacy or not.
Maricopa County Sheriff Paul Penzone saying that all remained pretty calm at our polling sites across Arizona. He did have undercover deputies out at the sites, just making sure everyone was keeping the peace.
Yeah, he mentioned yesterday that he'd rather have his deputies out solving crimes and working on, unsolved cases, but he knew how important election security was today. Okay, I believe, are we going to Dennis, or do you want to toggle back to Scene,
I think
who we interrupted moments ago? Sorry about that, Scene.
Sorry about that.
Break it down for us, Scene.
No worries at all. I'm just going to go through some of the House races.
Yes.
Raul Grijalva just got called the winner down in Tucson. I'll get to that in a second. And interrupt me at any time. We were talking about House District 1, Jevin Hodge, trying to become the first black congressman from Arizona, a duly elected. And he's taking on an incumbent, David Schweikert, of course, hampered by those ethic violations. And right now, he is out to a double-digit lead at this point in U.S. House District number 1. U.S. House District number 2, Tom O'Halloran, the incumbent, getting beat right now by a slim margin by newcomer Eli Crane. That's in House District number 2. How about House District number 3? Ruben Gallego, of course, our Morgan Lowe just talked with the congressman, re-elected for another term, the U.S. Marine going back to the House. U.S. District 4, Greg Stanton. Remember, Dennis, if you want to chime in here, he was redistricted. Arizona, one of 17 GOP-controlled states that was in charge of redistricting. The Democrats redistrict 7 states across the United States. And Dennis, this looked to be a battle for Greg Stanton until a lot of outside money came in, correct?
Yeah, it did look like it was going to be a battle because it was redrawn there. But, Greg Stanton is a very experienced politician. A lot of that money did come in for him late in that race. So he was able to, get that lead that you're seeing right now. He's in a very good position. I mean, he's good enough in that position that he's calling his own race. And to be clear, we're not calling that race. Right. He went ahead and called his own race that night. But with those kinds of numbers, again, he can feel kind of confident. But going into the cycle, it was really kind of iffy. It was like who was going to come out. And I think one of the big determining factors of what made this race what it is right now is that the primary produced, Kelly Cooper came out of that. He was the more far right candidate coming out of that. There were a couple of other candidates in there, a little more moderate, a little more middle of the road, that many people thought could have given Greg Stanton, a tougher run for the money.
And I believe the Biden administration likes Greg Stanton where he's at because he's big on transportation, infrastructure issues, and it looks like he's going back for another term unless there's some dramatic changes with the numbers. Let's move on to U.S. House District number 5. The incumbent, Andy Biggs, being taken on by two challengers, Javier Ramos and Clint Smith. And right now, fairly close within a couple of percentage points at this point, with an estimated 48% of the precincts being reported in. Of course, Andy Biggs having some pretty strong words earlier tonight at GOP headquarters. I'm sure we're going to be hearing from him throughout the night. That's U.S. House District 6. Here's U.S. House District 6, my fault. Kirsten Engel, she's the U of A law professor, went to Brown University, teaches environmental law down there in Tucson with newcomer challenger Juan Ciscomani. Juan served on the Arizona-Mexico Commission, thought he was going to, or was counting on, a big Latino turnout. Right now, it looks like Kirsten Engel with a double-digit lead at this point, with just under half of the precincts being reported. Here's U.S. House District 7, which we were talking about, just called a few minutes ago, down there in the Tucson area. Raul Grijalva taking on newcomer Luis Pozzolo. The interesting fact about Luis, his father, the president of Uruguay, back in 1999, and after that they immigrated to the United States, small business owner down there in southern Arizona. So let's go to, how about Superintendent of Public Construction? Let's check in. Tom Horn trying to get his old job back. The incumbent, Kathy Hoffman, post-pandemic took a lot of heat for test scores and other issues involving post-pandemic education. She's out with a Let's Go with State Treasurer Kimberly Yee, the first, I believe, Asian American elected to statewide office. Right now, it is a very close race. This is 46% of the precincts. Dennis Martin Quezada, of course, the state legislature. This one, is it too close to call at this point?
Insane. I want to point this out. It's interesting about Kimberly Yee is she is the treasurer of Arizona. This is not a household name out there. It's not a big office out there. But if you look at the numbers right now, she's outperforming every other Republican running statewide in Arizona. A lot of people voting for her, at least in these early voting drops, not voting for these other candidates like Lake and like Masters and Fincham. Not doing that so far. I mean, what does that tell you? We don't know. I'll have to find out until all the votes are counted. But I found it very interesting at this point in the race that she is the top performing Republican right now statewide. Kimberly Yee.
The treasurer.
The treasurer. Who knew?
And just know that we are listening to our control room. There's a lot of candidates getting ready to speak, so stay with Arizona's Family. We're going to bring you to those podiums at the GOP and Democratic headquarters. One last race, we'll just check in. Maricopa County Attorney Julie Gunnigal and Rachel Mitchell. This has become a pretty surprising race right now. Julie Gunnigal out with the lead, but we're going to continue to watch all of these down ballot races, and you can see any of these results anytime. Just log on your screen, azfamily.com, and it is still going to be a long night ahead, and we're happy to cover it for everyone.
And of course, we have teams fanned out across the valley, and we also have Brianna Whitney down in Tucson. That's where Democrat incumbent Senator Mark Kelly's watch party is taking place right now. And I think we've got to look at those numbers and also checking in live with Brianna right now.
Looking at those numbers, and we still have a long way to go tonight. It's 62% precincts reporting, and something interesting to note, even though Mark Kelly does have a fairly large lead at the moment over Republican Blake Masters, Pima County precincts have not reported in at all yet, and that is where Tucson is. Here, it's Mark Kelly's home, so you think that a lot of those votes will go towards him too. So everybody here kind of waiting for Pima County results to just come in, and more results to come in throughout the night as well. The mood here, still pretty high energy. There's been a couple speakers that have come out, but everybody waiting for Senator Mark Kelly to come out. We know his wife, Gabby Giffords, is here too. We saw him and Gabby leaving the Hotel Congress across the street to head here to the Rialto Theater, and they keep playing some clips behind me. Katie Hobbs is a clip they're playing right now, and it's kind of one of those things you've heard from the other watch parties too. When there's a Democratic candidate that's on screen here, they're playing clips from that. The crowd goes wild for that, especially when they're talking about this U.S. Senate race with Mark Kelly and Blake Masters. But we're just kind of waiting for more results to come in and for Mark Kelly to take the stage. I've been asking his team, when do we expect to see him? They say they don't know yet, but we know he's in the building. We have seen him here. And of course, he does have a lead at the moment. I think it's one of those things, though, where they know that this night is nowhere near over. You heard Scene talking about that as well. So we are going to be keeping tabs on things here. And as soon as we get word that Mark Kelly's going to take the stage, we'll bring that to you live when we can and keep you up to date. For now, that's the latest in Tucson. We'll stay with you guys.
All right, sounds good. Yeah, Senator Kelly is, I think, the only big-name Democrat we have not heard from yet tonight. The rest of them who are up here in Phoenix at the watch party downtown, they all took the stage very early tonight when the numbers were especially high, and we're still waiting for Mark Kelly.
Right now, we're just waiting for the Republicans to start taking the stage right now because, I think my sense is from some of the folks I'm talking to, they're waiting to start until those day of votes start getting reported, particularly here in Maricopa County. That really hasn't happened yet.
What are your people telling you when that might happen?
I'm trying. I've to reach out to some sources. We thought that was going to happen at 9.
Right.
We thought it was going to happen at 9:30, and it hasn't happened so far. So this is a game of wait and see. And Steve McLaughlin, I know he's got an update here on the governor's race.
Interesting, because there's always a plethora of experts on election night, right? And if we go to our affiliated network, CBS News, they just updated their election feed and just put this out on Twitter that the Arizona governor's race, with 51% of the vote being reported, they are now putting Arizona as leaning Democratic. This is just in the gubernatorial governor's race, but this is now being updated from a toss-up to leaning Democratic. Hobbs now at 56.6% to Lake at 43.3%. And it looks like now we're starting to see candidates come on stage. We'll toss it back over to you.
Scene, thank you very much. I believe Kari Lake is taking the stage right now at the Republican Watch Party in Scottsdale. Let's dip into that and see what she has to say about where things stand tonight.
Kari Lake's walk-up music playing, American Woman. We've been waiting for her to come speak for quite a while now. She is walking out. She's going to get some applause first. It has not been a great night so far for Republicans and the so-called Trump ticket, Kari Lake being at the top of it, followed by Abe Hamadeh, Blake Masters, and Mark Finchem. We've seen those four candidates really campaigning together with a very unified message. She's about to take the stage. She's waiting a little bit. She's kind of playing coy. It's going to be interesting to see what she talks about. Is she going to talk about the ballot tabulating problems in Maricopa County? I expect to hear. Here she is. Let's listen in.
Are you ready to take this state back? Are you ready to turn things around? We had a big day today, and don't let those cheaters and crooks think anything different. Don't let them doubt. Don't let them put doubt in you. We have a movement. We have a movement, and we know it. Did you feel it? Did you feel that movement? I did a lot of praying to God. I've been praying to God every day, all day. And I said to him, you make this victory come whatever way you want. If it comes decisive on election day, then bring it to us that way. If we have to fight through the BS and the garbage, then we will fight through the BS and the garbage. But how do you get fair and free elections? You have to fight and win to make them fair and free. And we needed another stark reminder that we have incompetent people running the show in Arizona. Who is ready for a change? We had great patriots around this state show up today. It was so amazing. They showed up at the polls early this morning only to be told the election equipment didn't work. 2 minutes into voting, we had people being told, well, you're going to have to put your little ballot over here into another box. Guys, the fake media back there tried to tell us we were wrong for asking questions about our elections. Guess what? We are going to win this. We are going to win this. How many of you remember a couple months ago, August 2nd, the primary election Wasn't that long ago. We came out and they said, oh, wow, they're 10 points down. The fake news was asking us to concede. And we kept climbing, climbing, climbing. We turned 15 points around and we won by 5 points. I just want you to know it's early. It's very early, and if we have to take this fight through, we will. If it takes hours or days, we will. But the great news is every single drop of election ballots that have come in the last 3 drops have shown us up 85%, 87%, 81%. I just want the propagandists back there to know, don't embarrass yourselves. Don't embarrass yourselves. Don't do it again. You've done it too many times. But what I want you to know is that the same movement we had last night at that rally in Prescott, the same movement we had at that rally in Scottsdale, the same movement we had at the rallies we've had before with record people is the same movement we have right this second. Nothing has changed. And I want you to know we are going to monitor the ballots. We got to work in the system that we have right now. And as they continue to come in and our numbers go up, up, up like they did last time, when we win, first line of action is to restore honesty to Arizona elections. Now, God did not put us on this fight because it was going to be easy. Not one thing that we've had to go through has been easy. We beat back a billionaire in the establishment, okay? Let's just be frank. We have had everyone come against us, tens of millions of dollars in spending coming against us. Nothing has been easy. When corruption has risen to the level that it's at right now, it takes tough, strong people. Are you tough and strong? Are you willing to continue this fight? Are you willing for incompetency to play itself out and the victory to come at us? I am willing to wait for that, and when we win, and I think it will be within hours, we will declare victory, and we will get to work turning this around. No more incompetency and no more corruption in Arizona elections. Now, I love you. I love you. I kind of feel like it's a Groundhog Day. We had November 3rd, 2020. That was called Incompetency 101. Then we had August 2nd, 2022, Incompetency in Elections 202. And now we're at Incompetency in Elections 303. We need honest elections, and we're going to bring them to you, Arizona. I assure you of that. The system we have right now does not work. We, the people, deserve to know on election night the winner and the loser. And we will bring that kind of election back to Arizona. I assure you of that. I love you too. I'm looking out, guys, I'm looking out here at these beautiful faces of the children. Put your hand up if you're a young one in this audience, if you're a child. This is what it is about. We got involved for our children. And we will not stop fighting until we have every legal vote counted. So we're going to be patient. We're going to be patient, guys. We're going to wait. Right now, I told you the votes that are coming in are going our way, 81, 85, and 87%. And we will take the victory when it comes, and we will turn this around. Thank you, everybody. Let the partying begin. We know this movement is just beginning. I love you, Arizona. I love you, Arizona. I love you. Thank you, Arizona.
All right, you just heard Republican candidate for governor Kari Lake telling her supporters out here in Scottsdale that it's early. She said, quote, "We are going to win this." She assured the crowd, when we win, we are going to restore honesty to Arizona elections. She talked a lot about her frustrations with the election process today and some of the problems we saw in Maricopa County with ballot tabulators. She said, don't let the cheaters and crooks discourage you. We are going to win this. And she's again saying that the last 3 ballot drops have been in her favor. She said if it takes hours, if it takes days, we're going to come out victorious. So an interesting position, basically urging patience out here at the Scottsdale Resort and McCormick Ranch. I'll send it back into you guys in the studio.
Derek Stahl, live in Scottsdale. Thanks. We'll check back in with you in just a little bit. And
can we talk a little bit about that
You're
speech
like,
right there?
Well, we've been talking about patience all night here, and how it's going to take a couple days.
She's not even waiting for the votes to be counted. She knows as well as anybody else that these day of votes, and when they start getting, all the Republicans know that it's going to be cutting into these leads.
Right.
She's not waiting for the votes to be counted, and she's already raising the specter of corruption and fraud and all these other kinds of things. Now, she also mentioned the past 3 drops had shown her winning big and whatnot. For our calculations over the past hour, she's picked up 6,500 votes, and Hobbs is still leading by 178,000 votes. And again, it is still early. There are still a lot of votes to be counted. You know, I would say for her, if she's talking about corruption, where's the proof? You know, if you're going to make that accusation, where's the proof? And she's not even waiting for this election to be over to be saying that.
is she getting in that 80 percentile range of those last 3 drops?
Like I said, over the past hour, I don't know about the last 3 drops, the last hour, 6,500 votes she's picked up. Hobbs still leads by 178,000.
And to be clear, if she was talking about cheaters and crooks, referring to what happened in Maricopa County this morning, they say that was a printer issue which was resolved, and no one was disenfranchised. No one did not get to cast a ballot today because of that glitch, which was an embarrassment for the county.
It was an embarrassment for the county. It's the last thing the county wanted to do. They spent the past couple of years talking about how great their elections were, you know, and they were kind of, made some very strong statements about that. And then they start this election off with a big snafu like that. I mean, come on. You know, you don't want to start off like that. But
and then
again,
that led to all this misinformation and these conspiracy theories, which popped up online this morning almost immediately following that.
But I think the thing to point out is that people brought this to court. They wanted to remember earlier tonight, her lawyers, Republican attorneys out there were trying to get the, votes, the polls extended for another 2 or 3 hours and keep them open right now. And the judge in that case said, I don't see any evidence where anybody was disenfranchised because they all had the opportunity to cast a provisional ballot and put that in a drop box that would be counted later.
She said, we will wait and we will count all the votes. And let's go ahead and check in now. It sounds like, is it Ruben Gallego is speaking right now? Okay, let's go ahead and check in with Morgan Lowe, who is at that watch party in downtown Phoenix.
Yeah, Ruben Gallego is on the stage, and I would tell you that this crowd is no longer cautiously optimistic. They are now nervously optimistic, meaning they have an idea that this red wave may stop and that these candidates might win. So we're going to listen to Ruben Gallego now as he takes the stage and gives a fire and brimstone speech.
You will not, Pharma, get whatever you want all the time. We did that. We did that. We said we're actually going to fight climate change. We're not going to deny it. We did that. And when things got bad during COVID, when people were scared, we said we're going to rescue America. We're going to make sure that you're going to come out of this stronger than when you went in, and you're not going to be held sacrificed to the economics of a pandemic. And that's how we came out of this stronger than ever. We Democrats did that. That's why we're winning right now. But let's talk about why they're not winning. With everything that's going wrong in this country, with everything that's been going wrong for quite a while, what has their answer been? Nothing. They can't answer what they're going to do about inflation. All they can say is we'll create more hate. They can't answer what they're going to do about pharmaceuticals. All they can say is we're going to create more division. They can't answer what they're going to do in the future dealing with climate change. We're just going to try to scare you more about brown people, about black people, about gay people, about just scaring anybody, but they have no solutions. And when the voters of Arizona, the voters of this country, were looking for answers, and they looked at the Republican Party, they found nothing. So, why are we waiting? Because we said, yes, we can. When we saw inflation was running through the country, we passed the Inflation Reduction Act. We said, yes, we can. When we knew Americans were suffering out of the pandemic, that it was going to be hard for them to restart their lives, we passed the American Rescue Plan because we said, as Americans, yes, we can. And when the pundits and when every journalist thought that Arizona would turn red in 2022, we said, nah, we're the Arizona Democratic Party, and yes, we can. Let's go win, Democrats.
All right, that is Congressman Ruben Gallego, who won his race tonight. He is definitely one of the more fiery speakers that we've heard here at the Democratic Party tonight, and he's riling up this crowd that is optimistic that they can prevent the red wave that was forecast to hit Arizona today. We're going to send it back to you guys at the newsroom.
All right, Morgan, thank you very much. That is one of two races, I believe, that we have officially called tonight. We have Ruben Gallego's race for Congress and also Raul Grijalva's race for Congress officially called for those incumbents, correct? Just two.
Just two out of quite a few.
And a fiery speech from Mr. Gallego there, that's what he does. He's very good at that. And, him saying that there was no red wave tonight. Well, Mr. Gallego, respectively, we got to wait and see what happened today when those votes are counted. Because, again, Kari Lake was talking about like they're going to keep on winning and building on the momentum she felt going into the election night. And I would expect that these leads are going to get cut down as we start seeing those votes come in. I've been saying that all night. I've been saying that all night tonight, and we haven't seen those election day votes, at least in Maricopa County, come in. And I know Scene has been looking at some of the numbers here that maybe Kari was actually referencing.
Well, just piggybacking what you were talking about based on what Kari Lake was speaking at the podium inside the GOP party headquarters, this was what her campaign, the Kari Lake Twitter campaign, put out just about 30 minutes ago. She was referencing we are gaining big momentum in these latest drops. Well, here's the one drop, and again, this is from the Kari Lake campaign. This is Cochise County. That's that kind of square county down in southern Arizona. It's a border county, leans heavily Republican. Out of the last drop of ballots, which was 3,244. Again, this is according to the Lake campaign. She grabbed 73, almost 74% of that share, but it was a ballot drop of about 3,000 ballots. Now, if we go to our interactive map, and this map you can call up right there on your screen at home at azfamily.com, just hit election and then hit interactive map. Here's Cochise County. Here's the governor's race. Yes, it is leaning Republican right now with 90% of the votes counted, but look at the actual lead. The actual lead right now is 51.7% to 48.3%. If you were gaining so many of these drops with 90% of the votes counted and still only out in a heavily leaning county, Dennis, by only about 2.5, 3 percentage points, that could be worrisome to the campaign. But we're just not making any sort of calls left or right of the issue. But when someone says that they're gaining a huge percentage of those drops, we wanted to give you the exact breakdown right from her campaign, as well as what we're seeing now on how this county is leaning Republican, but leaning just a bit with only 10% votes to be counted.
And I mean, those are percentages. She has to make up, what, 180,000 votes in all. And I think something both sides can agree on. The consensus is these margins are going to close. The question is by how much and when that might happen. So, all right, Sean, thanks very much. We appreciate that explainer over at the board tonight. Let's go back and talk about the props, because there are a couple of interesting ballot propositions we all weighed in on, including Prop 207, which talks about campaign finance disclosure.
Yeah, the dark money. And I think we have a look at the very latest numbers coming in on this one, but this is targeting dark money and making sure that there's disclosure so you can see who's backing candidates on the ballot. And here's a look at the latest numbers. Yes, that differential has kind of grown a little bit. 56% saying yes. That's pretty strong. And Terry Goddard's tried before to get this passed, our former Attorney General, and Elliot Polikoff's talking with him tonight.
I am with former Attorney General Terry Goddard here at a Prop 211 gathering. And Terry, I know you're pretty happy so far with almost 77% of people supporting this, almost 1 million votes. What are your initial reactions to seeing the support for this?
Well, it's been a long journey. We've spent over 5 years, and these volunteers have sweated a lot in Arizona summers to get on the ballot, and it just feels really good to see that the voters of Arizona agree with us that we need transparency.
And we saw so many different political ads during this cycle. I mean, how do you feel like this proposition will impact those ads and the way that they're presented moving forward for future election cycles?
Well, I think that's been a big reason why we're doing so well, is that if you have accountability, if you have the individual who pays for the ad put their name on it, they're going to be much more responsible. They're not going to do these insane attack ads that we've unfortunately seen so many of this year.
Do you expect there to be kind of a different type of ad message moving forward then?
Well, I sure hope so, and I do expect that. I expect that when the sponsor has to stand up and say, this is my statement, they will be more responsible. They will be less likely to make irresponsible attacks. And that's, got my fingers crossed, but that, I believe, is the best thing that comes out of transparency in our elections. And I think the Arizona voters seem to agree with me.
I know there was a champagne toast earlier this evening. What was the message you were telling to those that attended this gathering here tonight?
Well, it's been a long road, and this is a wonderful conclusion to that road, is to say that Arizonans really need transparency in our election finance.
Again, Prop 211 with nearly 77% of the vote. Former Arizona Attorney General Terry Goddard here to support this proposition. We will keep you updated throughout the night, but for now, guys, I'll send it back to you.
All right, Elliot, thank you very much. We're going to bring up the latest numbers because we got an update as far as Prop 211 is concerned. It is far and away looking like it is way ahead in this. It's like 77% to 23%. When you did your Arizona's Family High Ground poll, it looked like about 70% of voters at that time were in favor of it. So we've expected this to
And can I just point out, you saw the smile on Mr. Goddard's face. This is years of work coming down to tonight.
He has been at it.
Now, he's been trying to do this for a long time, and for one reason or another wasn't able to get it to the ballot. Now, that was the strategy of the opponents of this, the people who wanted to keep the so-called dark money in place, because they knew to stop this, you had to stop it from getting to the ballot. As I mentioned earlier, this is one of those issues, I think, where you can see a lot of broad bipartisan consensus that people want to know. If you're going to spend big money on our elections and influence our state, you know, the people think they deserve the right to know who exactly is doing that. So there you go. You saw that smile on Terry Goddard's face, and that says it all.
Those numbers are still wrong. Yeah. Sorry about that, friends, because that's showing 56, but it is more like 78% differential, which I think is what Elliot said when he was talking to Terry Goddard there.
Yes.
So we're watching those numbers for you, and we want to get back out again to Amy Cutler, who is live in downtown Phoenix outside the Maricopa County Recorder's Office. We just heard from the sheriff just not too long ago saying, you know, it remained calm tonight, and that's what they were hoping for.
Exactly, Nicole, but he stressed that they were prepared for anything, that he really put the full force of the sheriff's office out here just in case. And all of that is on display right over my shoulder here. You can see they've got these 2 gates that are up. You've got several sheriff's deputies' vehicles around here. You've got these spotlights up so they can really see the full parking lot here. This building is really a fortified compound at this point. And if you can, we can pan over to the left, you can see we've really just got a small group of protesters that were out here. They've been out here for a little while now. It's really more members of the press that are out here, local stations from across Arizona, the country, even international stations just down the block. There's actually a crew that's come all the way from Australia to cover this election. There is just so much attention on what is going on. We also saw some deputies on horseback. We saw a helicopter that was flying around. It's just the sheriff's stressing that he really wanted to make sure things happened smoothly out here at the Maricopa County Tabulation and Election Center, because inside, that's where all these, the focus is right now. They are counting those ballots, and so they wanted to make sure that these election workers could do that safely. And so they have really put on a show of force and strength out here. But right now, things are going quite smoothly. We haven't seen, really just a small group of protesters out here making their voices heard. We're going to continue to monitor things, and we'll keep you posted. Live in downtown Phoenix, Amy Cutler, Arizona's Family.
Yeah, it looks nice and quiet behind you there downtown tonight. Amy, thanks so much. We're going to take a break, but just to recap here, we are still waiting to hear from a number of candidates, Senator Mark Kelly, Abe Hamadeh as well, and Blake Masters we have not heard from yet tonight.
And if you've missed any of the earlier speeches, it's all on our website, azfamily.com, and our news app right now. We'll be back with more live team coverage after this.
We are on TV.
Covering watch parties and hearing from the candidates with so many of these races still up in the air and too undecided at this point because there is a big differential. We're waiting for a lot of those precincts and reports to come in.
Exactly. Aside from a couple of House races, which we predicted, which were kind of easy
Just
predictions.
2 so far.
Yeah, the rest of them have not been called as we wait for more ballots to come in tonight and tomorrow.
We expected this all day long. We've been talking about this, and you know, the key word is patience for voters. I know everybody wants to know who won, which race, and everything like that. Nobody more than I do. I think we'd all love to be, know what the results are and start talking about what this means for Arizona moving forward. But we're just going to have to wait for that.
Yeah, we're all looking for some finality. Let's head out to the GOP watch party tonight in Scottsdale. That's where the Republicans have gathered this evening. We did hear from gubernatorial candidate Kari Lake a while earlier. Still waiting to hear from a couple other candidates. Let's check in with Derek Stahl, who's been listening to all of it for us. Derek?
Yeah, good evening, guys. No word yet from Blake Masters, from Abe Hamadeh, from Mark Fincham, but as you mentioned, we did hear from Kari Lake, the high-profile gubernatorial candidate here on the Republican side, and her message was basically, stay patient. It's still early. She said that basically we are still going to win this. She gave basically not a concession speech, not a victory speech, urging her supporters to continue to watch the numbers. She's pointed out that in the last few ballot drops, her campaign has been gaining ground a little bit, and she pointed back to August 2nd. That was the primary election where early on her campaign was behind, and they surged back to ultimately take the nomination. Here's what Kari Lake had to say just a short time ago.
And I want you to know we are going to monitor the ballots. We got to work in the system that we have right now. And as they continue to come in and our numbers go up, up, up like they did last time, when we win, first line of action is to restore honesty to Arizona elections.
Was a repeating theme in her speech just a short time ago. She talked about how she's going to fight for every legal vote, and she laid the groundwork for potentially disputing the election results, talking about the issues in Maricopa County today with the tabulation centers. She described it as incompetence on the part of election officials, and she said that basically we need to win so that we can revamp Arizona's election system. That's the latest here from Republican HQ. I'm Derek Stahl for Arizona's Family.
Derek, thank you. Really quickly, can I ask you if you've seen any members of the old guard from the Republican Party? Is Governor Ducey there, former Governor Jan Brewer? Are any of them there tonight?
No, I have not seen Governor Doug Ducey. I have not seen Jan Brewer. The members of the congressional delegation are here. Andy Biggs, Paul Gosar, and the like. Debbie Lesko is also here. Kimberly Yee, the treasurer, is here. But other than that, we have not seen a lot of the more traditional Republicans. I think it's a sign that the Republican Party is really the party of Trump, and it's the Trump ticket that's dominating here, the Trump-endorsed candidates, Lake, Blake Masters, Abe Hamadeh, Mark Fincham.
Derek Stahl, thank you so much. And those names that you mentioned, Jared, they actually endorsed Lake's primary opponent, Karen Taylor Robeson. So the differential now is 14 points that Lake is trailing right now with the numbers that we're seeing on these early reportings. And she did point out when she took the podium that back in the primary, she was down 10 points on election night, and then after days came back and won it by 5 points. So she said
a lot more voters in a general election. There's a lot more general election voters than there are in primary voters. But again, I've been saying it all night. These numbers are going to be changing. Republicans are going to be picking up percentage points and votes on Democrats as they get counted. The big question for everybody heading into this, the big question tonight was, was this strategy of waiting for the day of to come out and wait for a big turnout day of, was it smart? Was it going to work? We still don't have an answer to that question.
And exactly, Katie Hobbs came out. She was, I believe, the first person we heard from tonight in the 8 o'clock hour. That's what she said, that we'll have to wait and see. And we'll play you some of her.
If anybody should know about the wait and see game. It's
the
Katie
Secretary of
Hobbs. It was
State.
4 years ago that the AP called the race against her for her opponent, Steve Gaynor, at the time. And Katie Hobbs came back and eventually, obviously, she won that race, and now she's running for governor.
All right, we'll hear a little bit of what she had to say in just a moment.
Okay, now we're going to check in with Holly, who has a little bit more. She's speaking with some of the other candidates who are on the Democratic ticket, taking the stage and really celebrating 2 double-digit leads into tonight. Holly.
Hi, Nicole. Well, yeah, we have now officially heard from every Democrat on the ticket. They have all taken the stage with a very positive mindset behind what they are seeing with the results coming in, and it's almost turned into kind of a dance party out here at this point here at the Democratic Watch Party in downtown Phoenix. There was a conga line, and now a lot of excitement here in the room. We did catch up with Kathy Hoffman. She is running for superintendent of public instruction once again. Right now she is in the lead. She says this is the best fit for her because she's a mother and educator and worked in special education before being elected in 2018. Hoffman is running against Republican Tom Horn, and here's what she had to say about their differences.
My opponent has a history of being a corrupt career politician here in Arizona, so bringing my experience both as an educator and as a mom, my passion, my drive, thinking about the future of our state, I think is unmatched. Well, it's very clear where his priorities are, and I think my priorities are more aligned with what Arizonans want around making sure we have smaller classroom sizes, really staying focused on moving our state forward. I'm a big advocate for bilingual education and immersion programs.
Now, she also told me her priorities include making sure students in rural areas have access to the technology they need. She took to social media today saying she has funded hundreds of school counselors' positions, worked across the aisle for new special ed funding, and created Arizona's first ever teacher residency program. Now, like everyone who has taken the stage tonight, they are telling voters to be patient. They are expecting this to continue into the next couple of days. So she says she is optimistic, but she wants voters to be patient right alongside her. Guys, we'll send it back to you in the studio.
Holly, thank you so much. Let's go ahead and take a look at more of the propositions on the ballot. We're getting some of those numbers back. And here's another one, Prop 209, that is coming in with a resounding yes. This is the Predatory Debt Collection Protection Act, which would lower the maximum interest rate for medical debt from 10 to just 3%. And look at the numbers that you've been tracking here on this, Jared.
Yeah, the latest numbers, a resounding yes vote from voters in Arizona. This is winning by about 75% of the vote. That is huge for a proposition on the ballot. Elliot Polikoff moments ago caught up with someone who is impacted or will be impacted by Prop 209.
I am at the Pendleton in Phoenix where a Proposition 209 watch party is going on. So far, about 75% of people voting in support of Proposition 209, which lowers the maximum interest rates for medical debt. And here to tell her story about how she is supporting Proposition 209 is Liz from Prescott. Liz, why is this such an important proposition for you?
Hi, it's such an important prop for me because of the personal experience I have with being in a car accident as a teenager and having lifelong healthcare issues, as well as dealing with several extreme debts, even after settlements were, said and done for. And I'm speaking on behalf of everybody else who was also harmed in that accident or any other specific medical condition or incident that makes you possibly become bankrupt, lose your home, not be able to buy a home, lose your job, things like that. And so for me, this is very personal and extremely important for everybody.
Seeing 75% of people supporting this, what does that mean for you?
It feels incredible. It feels amazing. Like we conquered such a huge issue, and hopefully we can just keep going up from there and help change healthcare overall for the better.
Lowering these interest rates, what would that allow you personally to do with your debt moving forward?
Well, I paid off most of my debt by now, but it has been about 18 years since my accident. But it would totally change the trajectory of my life. Like I said, I have ongoing healthcare issues forever. and I won't have to worry so much that they'll be in collections, or that the debt would be so extreme again where it would severely impact me in any kind of way going forward, like buying a different house or getting a car loan or anything like that, because unfortunately it does count against you.
Liz from Prescott, thank you very much for speaking with me. Again, 75% of people supporting this Proposition 209. Guys, I'll send it back to you.
All right, Elliot, thank you so much. The opponents to Prop 209 included the Goldwater Institute and the Chambers of Commerce in different parts of the state, saying in their minds this could lead to higher costs for everyone else. But clearly voters tonight, the early numbers, 75% in support of this.
Yeah, there have been kind of an exodus from the medical field of people leaving just because the costs have become too exorbitant, but also impacting pocketbooks for consumers and patients out there. We want to check in now on the balance of power in Congress, and that's the big picture story for us tonight. Scenes over at the Storyteller with a closer look at the numbers.
Yeah, some of the interactive maps, like we've been telling you all night, that our viewers, if you just log on to azfamily.com, you can see all these different maps. They're powered by Associated Press. They're feeding in all the latest numbers at this hour. This is the U.S. Senate map, and earlier tonight we were talking about the balance of power. Right now it's a 50-50 split, with the Democrats holding the majority, of course, with Vice President Kamala Harris, the deciding tiebreaker vote, as you were. They only have to have a net gain of 1 seat, but a couple of different things have to happen. They have to kind of hold Wisconsin and or Pennsylvania, and right now we seems to be increasing the lead in Wisconsin for the Republicans. Right now, Ron Johnson now up 51.5% to 48.5% in Wisconsin. What's interesting is John Fetterman going against Dr. Oz, if you will, Mehmet Oz, trying to become the first practicing Muslim to be elected to the U.S. Senate. Fetterman and Dr. Oz has been kind of going back and forth, flip-flopping all night long. Right now, John Fetterman out to a lead. So if this would happen, if Wisconsin and Pennsylvania would tend to go one Republican, one Democrat, that would kind of be a wash. Well, then the GOP, in order to gain or flip a seat, they have to go in 2 different areas. They would have to win New Hampshire. That's not happening right now. New Hampshire looks like it's being called by Maggie Hassan right now as the winner. Georgia, this is what's really interesting right now, and it's tough to see. But Raphael Warnock and, of course, former football star Herschel Walker, they have been going back and forth. The lead has been flipping back and forth. Right now, Raphael Warnock has gone out to a slim lead with 49.4 to 48.6. So, again, kind of a wash. Say Georgia has to go Republican. One interesting thing about Georgia is one of these guys has to get up to 50% of the vote. If that doesn't happen, they go into another runoff, and that would happen in December. So I'm basically building up that all eyes nationally for control of the U.S. Senate could come out here to the Southwest down to 2 states. And you know we're one of them, Arizona and now Nevada. And Nevada has been staying gray all night long. We're getting word that the ballots are not going to be fully counted tonight or possibly even tomorrow. Nevada is one of those states where you can drop off your ballot, have it postmarked in the mail by today, and then they have up to 4 days for it to arrive. So right now they've been having some issues in Clark County as far as voter tabulation. We do have some early numbers, but it's 0.1% votes counted. There is less than 2,000 votes basically that have been counted right now. So Nevada and Arizona could again be in the mix. Real quick, Nicole and Jared, balance of power in the U.S. House. Basically, Republicans looking for a net gain of 5 seats. That is the slimmest margin to flip control in 90 years. A net gain of 5 seats. So right now it looks like they have been very, very successful in through the southern Great Lakes, the Southeast, the Southern Plains, in the Midwest. Not a lot of blue popping out in these districts, with the exception of Chicago, with the exception of portions of southwestern Georgia and a couple of districts in south central Florida and southern Texas. But again, they just need a net gain of 5 seats. So we're going to see how that turns out. Again, all of these maps, you can call up right here on azfamily.com. We'll go to a fully colored now state map. And what's interesting, and Dennis, if you guys want to jump in on this, the tribal lands significantly usually swing Democratic. If you remember the late Eddie Bastiat, in fact, kicked off his campaign, his gubernatorial campaign, up in the Navajo Nation. And right now, speaking of that county, this is Navajo County with over half the votes counted. Kari Lake actually leads in Navajo County 54 to 45%. That is also very interesting because that is a re-election year for the president of the Navajo tribe. President Nez is up for re-election. But if you go down to the U.S. Senate, right now, Blake Masters also leads. Republican Blake Masters leads in Navajo County 50 to 47.4%. So we could see a couple of flips up here in the tribal lands for U.S. Senate as well as the gubernatorial race. But a lot of interesting trends right now on these interactive maps that, again, you can pull up on azfamily.com.
Yes, we appreciate you dissecting all of it for us, Sean.
It's a lot.
It is a lot. Thank you very much. It's interesting stuff. So we heard moments ago from Kari Lake speaking to her crowd at the Republican Party up in Scottsdale.
Yeah, and now we're checking in with Morgan Lowe live at downtown Phoenix with the Democratic Party. And you're talking with Katie Hobbs.
Yeah, the crowd here is really thinned out in the past half hour. If you take a look behind me, there are some sort of happy, a little bit rowdy stragglers that are here. Normally on election night, when the crowd thins out early, it's not good news. But that is not the case here tonight. Everybody's still in high spirits. But this tells me a couple of things. It tells me that we're probably not going to have anybody come down and declare victory tonight. They're also not going to come down and do any concession speeches. And a little while ago, Katie Hobbs, top of the ticket, came out and addressed the patience that she said the crowd needs to get through the night.
I know that we're all eager to find out who won each of these incredibly important races, but we need to be patient and wait for every vote to be counted. Because every single vote matters, and every single vote counts equally. Whether you voted by mail, dropped off your ballot in a secure drop box yesterday, or voted in person today. We know my opponent and her allies have been sowing doubt and confusion throughout this campaign. And it's unacceptable that they were spreading misinformation today while people were exercising their freedom to vote.
Yeah, Hobbs was about one of about 10 candidates that we heard from tonight. And I took notes on some of their speeches, and they had similar themes. Protect democracy, protect the right to vote, respect the rule of law, reject the election deniers, and reject chaos. And the Democrats here are now believing, or starting to believe, that those bullet points were the secret to potentially winning this election. That doesn't sound like we're going to find out who wins tonight, but the crowd that is left here definitely upbeat. Back to you guys.
Yeah, they're certainly having a party at the Democratic Watch Party. Morgan Lowe reporting live in downtown Phoenix. Thank you for that. And yeah, Dennis, you've been really kind of trying to drill down the numbers on those early ballots versus day of to give us a better perspective of what's going on with our numbers here.
Yeah, it's the big question tonight, because at this point right now, you want to know what the math is for Republicans like Kari Lake to come back. Can they come back? How hard is the math for them to come back on that? And so that's what we're kind of waiting on to see some of that. We're seeing, like, little drips of dumps that move the needle a little bit. I did see that over the past hour, like about an hour ago, Katie Hobbs was up by about 181,000 votes. Right. Now I believe she's up by about 167,000 votes. At one point, Hobbs, it went down. Her lead, was trimmed down to 161,000. Then it almost immediately went back up to 167,000. So we're seeing this back and forth all the time.
Yeah, what's interesting is I remember during one of the Trump rallies when he was here for Kari Lake, one line of hers which did not get any applause, it even got a few boos, was when she mentioned to the crowd, make sure you send your ballot in early. As soon as you get it, fill it out and send it in. The crowd didn't like that. And then former President Trump came on stage and said, hold on to your ballot. You know, you never know what's going to happen in the mail. And clearly, a lot of Republicans have decided to follow that lead from the former president, not send in their ballots early and wait till today to vote.
Yeah, it was an obvious strategy from the Republican Party today to hold on to their ballots of the day of and then go out to the polls. Lots of questions have been raised about early voting. That starts with former President Donald Trump. Now, again, these are unproven claims about fraud with early voting. You know, there's been plenty of lawsuits, plenty of audits, particularly here in Arizona, that shown that past elections have been free. They've been fair elections. However, a lot of people now do have questions about that, and today we're going to find out again, whether that's a smart strategy or not. I was betting on that big day of turnout.
She said, hold the line, stay in line. And it was interesting because we had our reporters out. Amy was out in East Mesa for Mesa Community College, Red Mountain, and she said she had talked to people who'd been in line for more than an hour. And even though there's an app that shows you can go just down the street a few miles and have no wait time, or you can be there with 300 other people in line, she said, anecdotally, they were telling her, we don't mind, we like being here. But then she did see some people left, and they said they were going to go to those other sites, but did they? I think that might be a question.
Can we bring that back up and so we can explain to people what those numbers were that we just saw? Because it had Kari Lake with about 66% of the vote. Was that today? Are these today's numbers?
Yeah, this is the early voting. Yeah,
this is overall.
That's the early voting numbers. So that's stuff was mailed in or dropped off early at the ballots at those drop boxes. Again, we saw a flip in Republican Democrat behavior here because what we saw was in the past Republicans were always outpacing Democrats in early voting. That has changed now. And this is how it broke down for Hobbs versus Lake. Now I want to go to the next graphic if we can flip there. Now this is day of voting. Look at that. Big advantage for Kari Lake. This is what she is banking on at this point, which is what a lot of Republicans are banking on at this point. But the big key thing is right now, yes, up 66%. But look, there's not a lot of votes there. Not a lot of votes when you start comparing to those early to the early voting stuff. So again, we're gonna have to wait and see just how big the day of turnout. I don't know what it was, but I guarantee you it's a lot bigger than those numbers that we just saw for day of.
Is it too early to even begin to put any sense on how independents were voting today, or
independents? Independents, and I'm sorry, I'm a registered independent. I'm sorry, they kind of drive me nuts. Because you never just know. There are certain independents, and people will agree with you. They track them. They're as reliable voting for Democrat or Republican as registered Democrats and Republicans out there. So that's the question. They can be independents. A lot of them did turn out today, but how did they vote? Well, we don't know. It's just like we were talking about earlier. Just because there were a lot of Democrat votes out there, a lot of Republican votes out there remaining, that's an indication of how they might vote, but not a total. It's not the total predictor of how they will vote, because voters are different out there, and those independents, just like everybody else, you don't know how they're going to vote. We can see the numbers, but they don't tell you how they vote at the end of the day.
All right. Should we look at a couple more results from different races? Let's start with the race for Secretary of State here in Arizona. The numbers right now, the early numbers are swinging toward the Democrat in this race, Adrian Fontes on the left there.
And it's interesting because right now the Secretary of State is basically the quasi-lieutenant governor, because whoever wins this, if something happens with the governor unable to finish out the remainder of their term, whoever wins this race will take over as our governor. And when you look at who's running here versus who's running in the governor's race, that could be a split ticket, if you will. That's why we have that proposition on the ballot that is asking for the creation of a lieutenant governor position.
Yeah, and it might, voters, sometimes maybe they do want maybe a check in there to have a Republican in the Secretary of State and a Democrat in the governor, or vice versa. That maybe there is that kind of check on that. And we'll see tonight whether voters want a lieutenant governor's position, because that proposition is on the ballot tonight. So we're going to have to find we'll find that out as well.
Well, here are the latest numbers for the race for Attorney General in Arizona. Chris Mays, former moderate Republican herself, I believe, back in the day, and member of the Corporation Commission for a few years, up against Abe Hamadeh, a political newcomer, Army Reserve intelligence officer, who won the primary thanks to backing from former President Trump. And then from there, he and Kari Lake and Blake Masters kind of became a team, at least for the last couple of weeks of this election cycle. They traveled across the state together, kind of boosting each other up and hoping that one supporters would come out and latch on and become a supporter of the whole group.
Yeah, they ran more as a team, the Republicans did, than you saw the Democrats. I mean, you saw Chris Mays there stump a lot with Katie Hobbs there in the waning days of this election, but you didn't see the whole Democrat team out there. Particularly, you didn't see Mark Kelly appearing a lot with a lot of these folks, and I believe it was just 1 or 2 times I saw Kelly appear with Hobbs at any kinds of events. So 2 different, very ways of approaching this election this year. One is a team, and one is more of a bunch of individuals running.
Yeah, and on the issues, Chris Mays has been talking about bringing the office back to more elder care cases and consumer fraud cases and things like that, whereas Abe Hamadeh has been talking mostly about border security and elections.
And I hear that Fincham is going to be speaking here real soon. Did I hear that
Sounds
correctly?
like he's speaking. Okay, let's take a listen.
So I fully expect to see us flip this thing. And if you've been around Arizona elections, you know that the mail-in ballots are always the first group. Then the day of ballots is the second group. And then everything else, I'm going to walk into the polls and turn my ballot in because I didn't mail it in or I didn't drop it off. That's the third group of ballots. So I don't think this count is going to be over I'd be surprised if it's over by this time tomorrow. I got to go to bed.
What are your thoughts on what happened in Maricopa County today?
I think it's a disgrace.
Okay, so that's Mark Fincham speaking, saying he thinks it's a disgrace what happened in Maricopa County, and we're talking about those tabulation machines. And this impacted just a couple dozen voting centers. Earlier this morning, it was a printing issue. They got it fixed. Nobody was unable to vote this morning, but that didn't stop some Republican groups from taking it to court in Superior Court today. The judge saying, no, we're going to close the polls at 7 p.m. as scheduled to get this going. That would be really unprecedented. We talked about even before in like the Helen Purcell days when people were waiting in line. I think it was like until 10:30 p.m. we had people, and even today the lines were done by 9.
That was a little different too. You're talking about keeping polls open at that time because of these long lines. You're already in a line, and you still have that today. If you show up by 7 o'clock and you're in the line, if it takes you 3 hours to get to there, you're still able to vote. Now, what they were talking about is just extending this for another 3 hours because they felt that some people may have been disenfranchised. The judge didn't buy the argument. He said, look, there's no evidence of anybody being disenfranchised in any way. Everybody had an opportunity to cast a ballot. And I just do want to say it is interesting to see Mark Fincham there for anybody who may not be familiar with Mark Fincham in his interactions. That's a very on-brand interaction for Mr. Fincham. It's very curt, very direct, and then he leaves and maybe gives a 1 or 2 word response to something when he's asked about Maricopa County, because he'd been pretty outspoken about those tabulation problems. He was outspoken on Twitter about that earlier today.
All right, we've got a couple more groups of results. Let's talk about the county attorney race right now here in Maricopa County, where this race stands tonight between Rachel Mitchell and Julie Gunnigal there on the left. Rachel Mitchell does have she's behind. I'm sorry. Gunnigal is ahead in this race. She almost won a couple years ago when she was up against Alistair Adele. Rachel Mitchell, interesting, she gained national prominence a couple years ago when she was part of the Brett Kavanaugh Supreme Court hearings. And she's been a longtime prosecutor here in our county attorney's office. And when she took over for Alistair Adele earlier this year, her goal, she said, was to restore morale in the office and cut down on the lag and the backlog of cases in the office.
Yeah, she was one of the chiefs who actually put a letter to the county attorney when Alistair Adele was not showing up for work, and that sparked her resignation 1 month before her untimely death. But Rachel Mitchell's been as our acting county attorney since April. And she's really been working with the special task force to crack down on guns, repeat offenders, working with the courts to keep repeat offenders behind bars.
And the single issue in this race, the big issue in this race was abortion.
Right.
I mean, Julie Gunnigal made a big splash, grabbed a lot of headlines early in this campaign when she said to me, to other reporters, that no, she would not be enforcing any kind of abortion ban. Rachel Mitchell had countered that by saying when you're elected to this position, you're elected to enforce the law. You're not there to interpret law or make law or choose which laws you're going to enforce. And that was a big dividing line in this race. I think, and Mitchell has, attacked Gunnigal on this by saying that she's somebody who's not going to follow the law. And typically this is a Republican-held seat. I would imagine too, with this kind of a lead, that Rachel Mitchell is going to make it a lot closer, if not surpass her.
Yeah. I think that Mitchell she came out and said that she would not prosecute mothers, but as far as doctors and providers, she'd take that on a case-by-case basis. But yeah, that became the main issue in this race.
And as the law stands right now, you wouldn't prosecute mothers. Right. There's nothing in any of the abortion laws at this point. It's just going after providers and groups. So she said she would just look at that, like you said, case by case. Okay, so let's take a look here at the U.S. Senate race. Incumbent Democrat Mark Kelly has been holding a lead all night with those early returns. And you're seeing Mark Victor there on the right. He dropped out 1 week ago today, and that was really cutting it down to the wire. In the gubernatorial race, Dennis, we talked about how Matt Salmon waited quite long. His name was still on the ticket, and that stole some votes from Karen Taylor Robeson. But this is a...
Yeah, I think Senator Kelly's one of the candidates we have been waiting to hear from tonight. Brianna Whitney is in Tucson, and Brianna, I believe Senator Kelly might be taking the stage behind you soon.
Yeah, we're hearing any minute now. His PR team, his comms team came over and said 2 minutes, about 2 minutes ago. We just had a little bit of people in the front here kind of getting wild with their signs, starting to chant Mark Kelly. So we know he's coming out soon. We also know he's in the building here at the Rialto Theater in Tucson with his wife, Gabby Giffords. They've been playing videos of the two of them, kind of answering fun questions, almost like a get to know the Kellys, as his fans, his supporters, and even some friends of his wait for him to come out tonight. At this time, he still has a pretty strong lead over Blake Masters, but we know that this is all changing as these results keep coming in. But I think when Mark takes the stage tonight, as he has done this entire campaign, he's going to take kind of that middle road where he says he's here for Arizonans. He'll fight the Biden administration when he doesn't agree with them, and he'll side with them when he does agree. Now, we got celebration has come on now in the music, so it wouldn't surprise me if he comes out any minute now. But again, big differences between Mark Kelly and Blake Masters, and I know we've been waiting for Blake Masters to come out and speak tonight too. I don't think this race will be called tonight, but we know that they differ on a lot of different areas, and abortion being one of those. We heard from Chris Mays, who's the Attorney General candidate earlier tonight. She was talking a lot about abortion too. We know that Kari Lake and Katie Hobbs have also addressed this as well. I would say that's one of the hottest topics and differences among the two candidates. So that's something that we might hear him talk about on stage as well as maybe immigration policy and bringing more jobs to Arizona. He has focused on bringing more jobs that don't require going to a four-year university, kind of making a focus on community colleges for students in Arizona to be able to join the workforce from there. So those are just some of the things we're expecting him maybe to touch on, guys.
All right, Brianna, thank you very much. We'll be back with you as soon as he takes this stage. Also, let us know, because often Gabby Giffords, his wife, will come out and kind of introduce him. We'd like to hear from her as well. But can we talk about the amount of money that was spent in this race, this Senate race? I think Scene brought up the race from Georgia moments ago. I think that took the cake this year for the record amount of spending in a Senate race. Ooh. This was a very close second because Mark Kelly himself raised $80 million as a candidate. And then to counter that, People donated, PACs and other groups donated $50 million to spend against Kelly. So just him as a candidate alone, you're well over $100 million in spending.
Yeah, incredible amounts of spending in this race, and there was a concern early on. You get to a point of like no return, like how much money do you need? Like you're just throwing money, and is it really working at this point? It was though a situation. I think he needed all the help. He needed all the help he could get. This is an unpopular president right now, particularly in Arizona. You're in a situation where you have high inflation, high costs of living. This is something I would believe and argue is worse than a recession because inflation hits everybody. So it's a really tough situation for Mark Kelly to be in. You've got surging numbers at the border with migrants over there, and again, an unpopular president. He needed that kind of a war chest to get through this, and he's got a unique resume. I think people identify with that. He's, member of NASA, former fighter pilot. So he's got that unique, resume along with the money. I think maybe as we're seeing now, it might allow him to survive and serve a full 6-year term.
Yeah, John McCain's old Senate seat for 31 years. So a lot on the line right there.
Do you guys want to take this speech? I think the chair of the Democratic Party, Raquel Teran, is speaking right now, responding to some of what Kari Lake had to say earlier.
Workers who have been hard at work since early hours of this morning. And we are so grateful for them. I want to reiterate what we said earlier. Democracy takes time. Yes. And we all know that on the other side, the Republicans are already spinning their lies, right? I'm going to echo, all right? Today, the Arizona Republican Party has doubled down on the big lie they've been spinning for years. That's a reality. Boom. People who are unable to accept the truth and accept the facts have no place leading Arizona. And we all know who they are. So when the Arizona Republican Party shows you and tells you who they are, you believe them.
All right, we heard from Kelly Ward, the head of the state Republican Party earlier. This is Raquel Teran speaking as the head of the state Democratic Party, a longtime community activist here in the Phoenix area, if she is unfamiliar to you.
Yeah, and Sarah is live in Scottsdale with the GOP headquarters. You just spoke to Mark Finchem. Not a lot of the Republican candidates have been coming out. We've been hearing from some surrogates that Blake Masters is just not going to speak until more of those day of numbers really start coming in. What are you hearing out there, Sarah?
Yes, well, I can tell you that the mood in here over the past half hour has changed drastically. It was very much filled with excitement. A lot of people have now cleared out. The mood has changed. I actually ran into Mark Finchem outside. He told me he was going to bed. He said he was upset. He said what happened today in Maricopa County was a disgrace. He said he's disappointed that there have still been problems with the elections, with tabulations specifically, and he said that he was just so upset that he had to go to bed. So that is the mood that has shifted here over the past 30 minutes or so since Kari Lake actually came out. So we have not seen Kari Lake since she appeared on stage. She's still telling people to wait around and stick it out for the results, even going as far to say that it could take days and that they will fight through it if they have to do that, if it comes to that. So still not sure if she's going to come back out tonight at all. Still waiting to hear that update, but Mark Finchem was the only Republican that we have actually seen on the ground here tonight taking questions from reporters, although he said that he was very upset. So that's the latest here tonight in Scottsdale. Back to you guys.
Sarah Robinson, thank you so much. And it's interesting seeing the difference in how the watch parties are being handled tonight. When we checked it with Michael Raimondi earlier, he said, yeah, they're not even putting up the race returns on the billboards there at the GOP party just because there's such a differential in those numbers.
So Michael's there, Sarah's there. Also in that room right now is Derek Stahl. We're going to get to him in a moment. But first, we want to head back down. Sorry, Derek, stand by, because we're going to go back down to Tucson. Tucson first, where Senator Mark Kelly, I believe, has just taken the stage there. So if we can, let's take that shot and listen into what the senator has to say as he holds a pretty commanding lead here tonight.
A campaign ready for takeoff. Retired astronaut Mark Kelly announcing this morning that
Hey guys, so we're playing a video right now talking about Mark Kelly's campaign, his race, everything like that, and then he's going to come out. He just tweeted 2 minutes ago saying, Tucson, I'm coming out live to talk to you guys, so we know he's backstage waiting with his wife, Gabby Gifford. So they're starting off with this video of people kind of talking about their experience with Mark Kelly as a senator here in Arizona. We know that he's been a senator for 2 years after he beat Martha McSally in that 2020 election, and he's been talking about a lot of things he's been able to accomplish while he's been in office, talking about lowering prices of prescriptions for seniors and other sort of immigration policies that he wants to continue if he gets this re-election. So we're standing by. The crowd is definitely starting to get excited. The second that the music went down, the signs went up for Mark Kelly, the cheering began, and I think it's one of those things where we heard from the Democratic candidates, a lot of them earlier in the night, they all still seem to have the lead in their races, Mark Kelly included at this time. So now it's been this kind of long-awaited moment for Mark Kelly to come out tonight and address the crowd. We don't expect the race to be called tonight. And Mark told us this morning that he knows it might take a few days to get those results and to learn about the outcome of this race, because it is tight and it's expected to be tight with Republican Blake Masters. But he told us today at the Hotel Congress just across the street here in Tucson that, quote, pretty sure we're going to win this. That's what he told us as he was leaving there to head to this watch party with his supporters. And I think that that confidence has kind of come from him down to his friends and supporters who have gathered here tonight to listen. So I know it's a excitable environment here. I think a lot of people that talk about Mark Kelly being in office are proud of the person he is. They talk about his time in the Navy. They talk about his time as an astronaut. And then when you talk about what his wife, Gabby Giffords, went through with that shooting in Tucson and how she's been resilient on the other side of that, I think people look at the Kelly family as these fighters. He's been a fighter. He says he wants to be a fighter for Arizonans. And Gabby Giffords obviously a fighter in her own right. So a lot of pumped up people here tonight as Mark Kelly gets ready to take the stage with this kind of inspirational video going on. And I just kind of want, as we wrap up this video before he comes out, I want to highlight a couple of differences between him and Blake Masters. He was saying this morning to our cameras that he feels he will vote for Arizonans and that he will make deals, bipartisan deals, with Republicans as well. And he says Blake Masters just isn't willing to do that Blake Masters will only vote with Republicans, and that often that results in a problem where they don't have an outcome that they want in Senate. So he says he will do what he can to make bipartisan votes happen and those results that Arizonans want to see. So now as this video winds down, we've got the crowd cheering Kelly, Kelly with their signs in the air. I know a lot of people just excited to hear him speak for the first time. The panel's going up, so I'm going to move out of the way as we kind of wait here to hear him start speaking, as we expect him to come out any minute now. And here he is taking the stage, U.S. Senator Mark Kelly.
Thank you so much for waiting. I know it's been a long night. And I'll tell you what, folks. I am feeling confident tonight. Now, at the same time, it doesn't look like we're going to have the final results for a little while. And that's okay. And I know a lot of you have spent all day today knocking on doors. You guys knocked on a lot of doors. And you made a lot of phone calls. And I really appreciate that. But I could not let the night end without saying thank you to a few folks who have made all of this possible. First and foremost, to Gabby. We never expected that we would end up here. But with everything life has thrown at us, we've always had each other's backs. So thanks. Gabby, thank you for having my back on this campaign and through 2 years representing Arizona in the United States Senate. The person who taught me the most about public service. And none of this would have been possible without you. And to my brother Scott, thanks for, he was here. He is here. He's somewhere here. You know, thank you for putting up with people stopping you in airports and asking if you're the astronaut or the senator. But the joke's on them. But I'm thinking about our mom and dad tonight. They sacrificed and put up with a lot to give us an opportunity to succeed. There were times where I'm sure they wanted to give us more, but they gave us everything we needed. A good public school education. An appreciation for hard work. And a regard for public service. And that opened the door for us to serve our country in the Navy and at NASA. Now, every kid should be as lucky as we were. And to my daughters, Claire and Claudia. In these few short years since we launched the first campaign, one of you has graduated from college and started a career, and the other has gotten married to a great guy and made me the proudest grandfather in the world. Through 4 trips to space, through Gabby's injury, and 2 campaigns for Senate, you have always been on my side. And I hope you know how much that means to me and how proud I am of both of you. I also want to thank my campaign manager. My campaign manager, Emma Brown, who has the unique ability of being able to constantly evaluate every possible scenario for everything all of the time. And to my campaign team and the tens of thousands of folks who over the past few years have made phone calls, knocked on doors, and worked late nights and early mornings, thank you. You're all the reason that we're here, not me. So, thank you. And to my Chief of Staff, Jen Cox. This has been a long journey. And all the way back to Gabby's first race for Congress in 2006. We've been through a lot together, and thank you for sticking with us through it all. When I first decided to run for Senate, I could have never imagined how many people would take time out of their lives or chip in a few bucks to support our campaign. There were a lot of them. I made the decision not to take a dime of corporate PAC money because I wanted Arizonans to know that I was only working for them. But that meant I was relying on folks to support us a few bucks at a time. And since then, we've had more than 1 million individual people donate, with most of them giving $25 or less. It's incredibly humbling. And it was important to me to run my campaign that way, because from day one, this campaign for me hasn't been, it hasn't been about name calling or dividing people. It's been about telling the truth. It's been about bringing together Republicans, Democrats, and independents in every corner of our state focused on solving problems. This has been a tough election. No matter how the rest of the results shake out, our government will remain closely divided with a lot more work to do. That can feel daunting, but that's democracy. That's how it's supposed to work. It's our responsibility to find common ground and solve problems together. And we do have serious challenges in front of us. Arizonans are facing high costs for everything from gas and groceries to housing. Our country faces threats from an emergent China and Russia's continued aggression. And we still have a mess at our border and a broken immigration system, both of which need to be fixed. And our state in the West, we're facing a historic drought that caused a shortage on the Colorado River. And the fundamental right for a woman to make her own decision about abortion, and that's been taken away. But here's the thing. The way to solve these problems isn't by pointing fingers and dividing people. It's by listening and finding common ground. Now, in the last statement he gave before he died, John McCain said, and I quote, "We have always had so much more in common with each other than in disagreement. If only we remember that and give each other the benefit of the presumption that we all love our country, we'll get through these challenging times." He went on and said, "We will come through them stronger than before. We always do." Now, I believe that too. But it just doesn't happen on its own. It requires us to be active participants in our democracy, to demand the truth from our elected leaders, and to find the common ground that we know exists, but can sometimes be hard to see, because that's when we are strongest. Now, there is no country in the world better at solving big problems than the United States of America. We put people on the moon in the 1960s, and we're about to do it again, by the way. And then we'll go on to Mars. We are capable of extraordinary things when we come together and just put our minds to it. That's who we are. We create, we innovate, we build. That's what we're capable of when our leaders focus on unity rather than division. When we tell the truth and when we seek common ground. When we work to move forward, not backward. Folks, it's been the honor of my life to represent Arizona in the United States Senate. And for as long as I'm there, I'll be honest with you, I will protect our country and our democracy, and I will work with everyone. I will work with everyone to create a brighter future for our state and our country. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
There you guys have it. I'm actually going to stay off stage here, off camera, as he brings out his family. You can see Mark Kelly there wrapping up his speech. Gabby Giffords coming out, his 2 daughters coming out. And I think what was really noticeable here with his speech compared to some of the other candidates is that he's really taking a I want to work together with both sides approach. You know, he focused a lot on family. You can see him there. It's so important to him. He called Gabby Giffords his best friend as he hugs and kisses her right there, and talked about how proud he is of his daughters, one of them making him a grandfather recently, the other graduating college recently. So this is really a family affair for the Kellys. And you heard him at the end of that speech saying it's been an honor of his life to serve Arizonans in the U.S. Senate, and he wants to continue that. But I think another big takeaway here was some of the topics he touched on and how the crowd reacted as well. You heard him talk about a mess at the border and a broken immigration system. A lot of people cheering, wanting him to fix that. And then the one topic we thought would be a big talker, abortion. He said the fundamental right to an abortion for women in Arizona has been taken away, and he wants to fix that. But I want to tell you guys, as I step down here just to kind of wrap this up, he talks a lot about going across the aisle to work together. You heard him quote John McCain about coming together and coming out stronger, and I think that is a really different tone than we've heard a lot of the other candidates take. He specifically said name-calling and finger-pointing isn't going to get anything done, and it's not going to solve any problems. And so it was definitely not as much of a tense moment as it was more of a celebratory moment. He started that speech by saying, I feel confident, but knowing that he doesn't believe there will be any race called, any results called, at least for the Senate race tonight. Some other things that he touched on here, I just want to kind of go through it. He says, no doubt it's been a tough political season, a tough race, and there's still a pretty divided government in this nation. But again, touching on coming together, working across the aisle, working on bipartisan things to pass is really a part of Mark Kelly's campaign. And I liked that he talked about John McCain, because I think that's somebody that we saw brought both sides of Arizona together. And it seems like John McCain has played a big part in Mark Kelly's life and the way that he's kind of played his politics too. I think in a society, in a world where we see so much division right now, John McCain and Mark Kelly too, kind of trying to bridge that gap and come together there. So you heard it tonight, Mark Kelly feeling very confident about where he stands in the race right now, definitely still leading Blake Masters in it. Of course, we'll get more results overnight, and we'll keep you updated, but Mark Kelly not calling it tonight, but certainly feeling good with where he stands and certainly hoping he's reelected to the U.S. Senate. Guys, I'll send it back to you from Tucson.
All right, Brianna, Whitney live for us tonight, and he may have McCain Republicans and independents to thank for this early lead we're seeing tonight.
Pushing him over, that's for sure. Okay, from Tucson to Scottsdale, we want to check in with Derek Stahl, who is live with an update from Kari Lake. Derek.
Yeah, surrogates for Kari Lake's campaign are telling the crowd here, don't go home, have faith. A speaker just got on stage and told the crowd that over the last 5 ballot drop updates, Kari Lake has gotten 71% of the vote. Of course, all the votes that are coming in now are day of in-person ballots. And privately, Kari Lake's campaign has been telling reporters, telling me that there are a lot of day of ballots still to be counted. They expressed frustration with how slow the updates have been coming out from Maricopa County. They talked about how there is still a lot of same-day drop-off ballots. Those are basically mail-in ballots where a voter brings them to the polls and drops them off. Those take a while to count. They also pointed out that at some polling sites, some voting locations, there were voters in line until 9 p.m., they said. Those votes haven't been counted yet, and they say that basically outside of Phoenix, the outer lying areas in Maricopa County and outer lying areas of Arizona, those votes are still out there. And one more note, they pointed to some numbers out of Yuma and Greenlee counties where Kari Lake, they said, got 76% of the vote. So the message from Kari Lake, her surrogates, her campaign, is this thing is not over. Keep the faith, hang on. One speaker actually predicted that sometime tonight, Kari Lake would take the lead and overtake Katie Hobbs. And so we see quite a few people. The crowd has certainly thinned out quite a bit, but there are still a lot of folks out here at the Scottsdale Resort and McCormick Ranch. I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, sounds good. Derek, thank you for that update. And yeah, they're right about that. They are going to continue to get results over the night because the folks at the county recorder's office are going to continue working overnight. In fact, let's check in live now with Jamie Soretta, who's been standing by inside and outside there for us all evening. Hi, Jamie.
Hey, Jared, you know, it will be a long night tonight because the trucks have been coming and delivering ballots and information. In fact, we've got a really unique tour of the warehouse here. You usually see this tabulation window here behind me, but I want to show you some of this video of the warehouse that is adjacent to this building that we are in right now. That is where you will find a lot of volunteers and a lot of hustle and bustle here tonight. They are working on what they call the late earlies. Those are those early ballots that are turned in on Election Day. They estimate there could be about 100 to 200,000 of these. Volunteers are organizing them for signature verification. An inbound machine will then take a picture and then the matching will begin. So tomorrow at 7 a.m. they will start that signature verification. So it is an organization process that happens here overnight. That job just kind of beginning about a half an hour ago. So that will go into the early morning hours. And then tomorrow morning at 9 a.m., that is when those ballots that went into box 3 today, you know, because of those tabulation issues that we had, that's when those will be counted. So those box 3 ballots will begin being counted at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Results will be released throughout the night. So expect those numbers to be changing every hour, hour and a half or so throughout the night. We have results coming in from all 223 sites that will be released. So at about 11:35 tonight on this election night, the work really beginning here, and we're going to continue to see new numbers throughout the night. Back to you.
Can get those numbers on our app, azfamily.com. They're going to be updating it just as everyone kept trying to refresh the Powerball numbers last night that didn't come until the morning. But Jamie, thank you so much for reporting live out there. And thanks to those county workers who are doing
their
work overnight
is
non-stop.
just beginning.
My
Long night
goodness.
ahead for them. Let's head over to the watch party for the Democrats because Morgan Lowe is standing by there. The room has kind of thinned out behind you tonight, Morgan. What's new from your vantage point?
Yeah, it sure has. Just about everybody has gone. But a few minutes ago, a couple of the headliners came out and did give sort of a pep talk at the end of the night. They were the head of the Democratic Party, Chris Mays, who is running for Arizona Attorney General, and Adrian Fontes, who is running for Secretary of State. And Fontes is pretty far ahead. He's got about an 18-point lead. So we're going to dip into some of what Fontes had to say about how he got where he is.
You know, somebody said to me earlier this evening, they said, Adrian, you ran a great campaign. And I said, I had a lot of great people helping me out. And we didn't speak to politics, we spoke to American values. We spoke to the idea of democracy. We spoke to the idea of the rule of law. We spoke to the idea of preserving this republic for every single American, regardless of what party you are with. This is the kind of dedication to the republic that every single one of us must understand. And let me tell you a quick little story. You know, in 2020, we weren't looking this good on election night when I ran for re-election. And we did not come out on top. But the minute it became statistically impossible for me to win, I called up Maricopa's new recorder, Stephen Richer. I said, congratulations, the office is now yours. And why did I do that? Why did I concede and have a peaceful transfer of power? Because that's how we do it in America. And I'm up here with my mom, who taught me, my partner who supports me, and these 3 beautiful, strong, independent young daughters of mine. And I'm here to tell you and everybody else, we're going to fight for every single vote, no matter what, whether you're a Republican, a Democrat, an independent, a green, a libertarian, you are an American first. Now, we've got a little ways to go. I know a lot of people want to start celebrating. Go easy, folks. We're gonna have a little time for that if it happens. Bottom line is this: we're gonna respect the process, because that's what this battle is about. That's what this campaign has been about. It's about fairness, it's about truth, it's about being honest, and it's about moving forward together regardless of those small political differences, because there's a lot more that unites us than what divides us. And so I want to thank every single person, particularly one I'm going to call out right now, even before we do anything final. Where is Jeannie Lund? She is in the crowd right now. Jeannie Lund, right over there. Jeannie Lund, my campaign manager, many of you know her and love her. She gets the biggest shout out of all of the shout outs, because Jeannie Lund has been suffering chemotherapy, a busted up leg, a heart transplant. She's like the bionic woman out here making things happen. Jeannie Lund. She's one of those folks when she says no, you say okay. Sí se puede, sí se puede. So for tonight, where we are is right here. We are right here celebrating all of the staff and the volunteers, all of the family and friends that give us strength every single day, and recognizing that every one of us as Americans wants to have that same security, that same peace, that same love that I feel right now, and we will together, but we must do it together. Thank you so much, Arizona. We've got a little time, but we're going to do well. Thank you. Have a great evening, everybody. We'll see you all soon. Thank you very much.
So not quite a victory speech, but a lot more like a victory speech than a concession speech. Now that part of Adrian Fontes's campaign spiel there really does a good job of differentiating his view and his stance from his opponent, who is probably the most, or definitely one of the top two election deniers on the Republican ticket. Fontes, the entire campaign has sort of pitted this as democracy versus throwing democracy out the window. And he has been pretty successful all along in attracting the Republican business community and independents to him. So it is not a huge surprise that he has the lead that he has at this point. It is a little bit of a surprise at the size of the lead that he is maintaining. But again, he said it's not over. A lot of votes to be cast. And here behind me, you can see that the Democrats have cleared out. They're going to close down the show here at midnight. And they said that they will let us know tomorrow as they have news conferences and as they get more information and hear more about how the votes are coming in. But for now, I'm live at the Democratic headquarters. I'm Morgan Lowe for Arizona's Family. Back to you.
I just want to kind of make this point. I think Morgan, I want to thank you, Morgan, for that live hit there. But Morgan really hit the nail on the head when he talked about Adrian Fontes' speech, saying not quite a victory speech. We saw that. That's kind of the theme right now with some of the Democrats.
Right.
They're like cautiously optimistic.
They almost seem surprised, some of them, that they're ahead by this much.
They should be surprised they're ahead by this much. I mean, they're looking at this going, where's the vote? We saw a big Republican turnout. Yeah. They're like, where are they? And they're still out there. I mean, you're going to see some numbers come out. I'm expecting. I think people would be shocked if it remained these kinds of margins out there. Yeah. So you're starting to see like these speeches that sound like victory speeches, but aren't quite victory speeches. You know, with Mr. Kelly, the uniting type speech is a classic old school political thing. After a campaign, you give the speech, you try to bring everybody together after a campaign fight like that. And then you saw Fontes there, just again sounding like he's on his way to victory. victory, but then again, not going quite that far.
So the only one we haven't heard from right now is Blake Masters. We've heard from everybody else,
Abe
right?
Hamadeh.
Abe Hamadeh, too.
As well.
Yeah.
So in a moment, Scene's going to drill down where those votes might come in overnight in just a little bit. But first, we're going to get to kind of the propositions because 3 have been called at this point. The first, Prop 128, this has to do with overturning voter-approved initiatives. And this is when the court rules that a voter initiative is illegal or unconstitutional. It just lets lawmakers change it with a simple majority. They don't have to worry about a 3/4 vote. That went down by 67% saying no thanks. They don't want lawmakers to have that power.
And that was one of 3 ballot measures relating to ballot measures,
Ballot
right?
changes.
When you think about it, like voters that are like, lawmakers are asking, it's like, hey, give us more power to overturn whatever you guys want. And the people are saying no.
No
That's
thanks.
no.
So this
No,
is
we're not doing that.
Right. This is one of the 3 which got shot down. Still waiting for final results on the other 2. All right. 2 other ballot props have been called. These are both yeses. One is Prop 209. This is the one designed to reduce medical debt, lowers interest rates on medical debt, and protects property from being seized. Supporters say it's all about just, protecting families and small businesses from going under if somebody gets sick.
And then Prop 211 is the other one that has been determined at this point. This is dark money. And you heard former Attorney General Terry Goddard. Again, he had been championing this cause for many years. And it's basically saying if you are giving in large dollar amounts to campaigns, people want to see where the money's coming from. And look at that, 76% of the vote for that.
Of the 10 ballot propositions, we have 3
called so far, 7
Yeah.
too early to call at this point.
Story of the night.
It's funny because I keep catching myself because typically we're saying too close to call. Not the case tonight. It is too early to call because we're still waiting on those numbers. So now we want to take a look at where those numbers might be coming in from tonight. Right.
Scene's got to look at that because the counties are going to continue working and publishing results.
I think we're now starting to transition here at 11:45 p.m. on election night is what's going to happen overnight. Where are we going to find votes for either candidate? And some trends are starting to pop out. Kari Lake's campaign just put out a tweet 7 minutes ago on the average of the last 5 election drops. A little over 70% went to Kari Lake, 29% went to Katie Hobbs. About 45, 50 minutes ago, they were touting the drops that were massive from Yuma and Greenlee County. So let's go to our interactive map that you can call up right here at home at azfamily.com and kind of look at those differences. She was talking about Yuma and Greenlee County, her campaign that is. Let's go over to Greenlee County. 83% of the votes counted, 61% to Kari Lake, 38.5% to Katie Hobbs. But we're talking about less than 2,000 votes. So if they're calling that massive, that might be a little bit of campaign speak. Here's Yuma County, 83% of the votes being cast or being counted so far, 57% to Kari Lake, 42% to Katie Hobbs. So again, we're only now waiting on 17% of the votes to be counted for Yuma County, which tends to lean Republican. What doesn't look right on this map right now? Does something jump out to you? Well, it would be Pinal County, home of Sheriff Mark Lamb, one of Kari Lake's biggest supporters, appeared in many of her campaign ads. Look at this. I'm going to bring this up farther, or a little bit fuller. 26% counted right now. That is very undercounted compared to a lot of the other counties, right, guys? And it's tied, a statistical dead heat, 50% to 50%. There's only about 40-some votes that split the two candidates. So 75, 74% of the county still needs to be counted, and that tends to lean heavily Republican. So this is an area overnight where the Kari Lake campaign could pick up some votes. What about some other counties? Well, the tribal lands, Navajo County, usually tends to lean Democratic. Right now it's leaning Kari Lake. So there's an instance, 54%, where Katie Hobbs overnight could pick up some votes. Same thing in Apache County, where less than half of the votes have been counted. But again, as far as turnout, we're only talking about maybe 4,000 to 7,000 votes that they could pick up. Yavapai County tends to lean heavily Republican. They still have about 20% left to count, but you would expect the lead here, Dennis, and correct me if I'm wrong, right now 57% to 42%, you would expect the Republican candidate in Yavapai County, a GOP stronghold, to be possibly leading 63, 65, 67% at this point of election night. So these are some of the different areas where some of these candidates, both Katie Hobbs and Kari Lake, could pick up some votes overnight. It is still going to be a long overnight, and it's going to be a long couple of days for all those vote tabulators. But that's some of the trends that are starting to stick out right now. Pinal County, what is happening down in Pinal County with only 26% of the votes being counted so far?
Perhaps they were overly cautious based on what happened on the primary, and they have a new elections director as well.
Exactly.
And I think that's the question a lot of Republicans right now are asking, like, what's going on there? What's going on in Maricopa County? Because we're still waiting for that bigger batch of numbers for the day of voters. Because right now we're not getting, but as far as like the day of voters here that were voted today, or tabulated today, like they're asking themselves, where are those? Because if you're a Republican, that's kind of the cavalry, right? That's the people that are going to come in there and get you those numbers where you want. I think, my phone is blowing up from people asking me what they're hearing. Maricopa has been releasing some numbers, but not very big numbers, and we know that there was a big turnout today.
That's true. So, Scene, thank you for taking a look at those numbers for us. And you can imagine what the war rooms for both parties are doing tonight behind the scenes and kind of drilling down those numbers and looking at the maps real closely and all those percentages and discrepancies.
I think the best advice I'm going to give is go get a good night's sleep. Tomorrow's going to be a long day, right?
Oh, my word, is it ever.
Speaking of, it looks like everybody Amy Cutler has been surrounded by tonight downtown outside election headquarters has gone home to go to sleep. And that is a relief. This is what the sheriff was hoping for. Election security top of mind for a lot of people this cycle, and things seem to go pretty well. Hi, Amy.
Hey, Jared, and you are exactly right. That handful of protesters that had been just across the street from us has gone home, as have so many of our media friends. We've seen their trucks leave the area as well, but you can see that enhanced security presence here remains in place. You can see they've got 2 barricades along with 2 fences. We've got deputies, cruisers out here. We saw helicopters earlier. Sheriff Penzone saying he was not going to take any chances regarding ensuring that the counting could happen safely inside this building, and so he was taking all these precautions outside. They remain in place. The sheriff addressing these precautions earlier tonight. Take a listen to what he had to say.
What you are seeing is not a reaction to any circumstances from today. What you are seeing is the comprehensive planning by the executive team of the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office and the hard work by the deputies and the detention officers to establish control over this facility to ensure safety. So the barricades, the fence lines, the things you see in the air, the helicopters, the horses, the deputies standing post, and the detention officers also. That is our effort to send a strong message that the things we've seen in the past, whether it was the Capitol, whether it was local, the mall, that issue, whether it is anyone who feels like if they come here in force that they're going to force their will on us, it's not going to happen here.
The sheriff very forceful in saying precautions would be taken, and they have been. Fortunately, we have not seen any issues. There had been some talk of protesters gathering here earlier tonight, but really it only turned into a handful of protesters. And I want to mention that a couple of the protesters we talked to had concerns regarding the election, but there was also someone who was supportive of the work that these election workers were doing. He said that he believed that there was nothing awry in the election system. He just wanted to be here to see the process play out, to be a witness to history. So there's a lot of different sides. We've seen some cars driving by, slowing down, kind of trying to take it all in. But right now it's all quiet here outside election headquarters. Live in downtown Phoenix, Amy Cutler, Arizona's Family.
It looks unrecognizable, Amy. We've been saying for all night, every time we toss to you, we're like, it looks like a border point of entry or a dock or something with all of the barricades out there. Oh, hello to the trucker. He's on his way home as well.
Maybe they're dropping off more ballots.
Amy, thank you so much.
Let us check in with Derek Stahl at the GOP party tonight in Scottsdale. Derek, Amy has everyone kind of vacated her live shot location. You still have quite a crowd behind you there tonight. Yeah. Late.
Yeah, there's a lot of folks out here still. It's a lot smaller than it was earlier in the night, but looking around the room, there are still several hundred people here, and that's not a mistake. Surrogates for Kari Lake's campaign have been coming out on stage periodically, encouraging people to stay, to keep the faith, to wait, to be patient. They keep talking about how in the most recent ballot drops over the last 5, Kari Lake has netted about 71% of the voters. So they talk about specific counties, Yuma County, Greenlee County, how she's been doing well. And their point is basically that as more votes are counted, they are assuring the crowd that she's going to continue to close the gap. We've heard from Kari Lake earlier, and she had basically that same message. Be patient, we're going to win this. We haven't heard from other major GOP candidates. Blake Masters running for U.S. Senate, haven't heard from him. He's a close confidant of Peter Thiel, a political newcomer. He never took the stage today. Abe Hamadeh running for Attorney General, political newcomer, 31 years old, would be one of the youngest AGs anywhere in the last several decades. Never heard from him either. We did hear from Republican State GOP Chair Kelly Ward. She described this election as a referendum on Joe Biden. Here's what she had to say earlier.
They know that the policies under Joe Biden, under the Democrats, under Katie Hobbs, under Mark Kelly, things have been devastating. Gas prices, the economy, everything. And they want to change. One of the things we're hearing on exit polling is people are angry and they're upset and they're disgusted with the way things are going under this regime. So it's perfect time for change.
All right, and as we come back out live, they've just announced Abe Hamadeh is about to take the stage. So I'll peek over my shoulder. He's got his hand over his heart. He's thanking his supporters. Let's see if he gives a concession speech. Let's listen in if we can.
Thank you. I'm so honored to be your Republican nominee. And in just a few more days, I will be honored to be your Attorney General. We didn't go through all this hard work to only get here, right? We came to finish what we started. And it started with securing our elections. If you see what we just witnessed in the past 24 hours is incompetence. And you know what? For so long I keep hearing, what is the biggest threat to democracy? They keep saying it's us. The biggest threat to democracy is incompetent elected officials. But I'm telling you right now, you all know me as a happy warrior, right? Come January, me and Governor Kari Lake will fix this mess. There are still so many ballots left to be counted. It's unfortunate that we don't have the results right now. Look at every other state. You have Florida, which has 5 times our population. They have their results tonight. Every other state. How have we tolerated this right here in Arizona? We've become the laughingstock when it comes to our elections. And it's time we clean them up, Arizona. This is going to be a long fight. Right now, I assure you, wait a few more days. The media back there, let's shock the hell out of the game. Right now, if you look at August 2nd, you all remember that beautiful day? I'm telling you right now, it's unfortunate that we couldn't have that ability to declare a winner. And it didn't rob me of our victory. It robbed we the people. And that's something that they have to understand. That all we're asking for is free, fair, and transparent and competent elections. But Arizona, once every single vote is counted, I assure you, we will be victorious. Thank you, Arizona. Let's go win.
All right, that was Abe Hamadeh, 31.
Do as more results come in.
And as far as Masters speaking, I was text messaging with members of his campaign. I said, is he going to speak tonight? And what I got from him is, quote, unlikely. So there you go. I think he's waiting to see like some more updates before he gets out there and speaks and whatnot.
It's tough because you're having surrogates on both sides saying stay, and they want to keep the amped up excitement in the room of people who are anticipating those number dumps.
These people, everybody who ran these statewide campaigns, Republicans, Democrats, they've put their heart and soul into this for well over a year. And you get to a night like this and you want to celebrate, you want some finality, and we're not going to get that tonight.
All right. Well, I hope you'll join our morning show crew. They are here bright and early, 4:30 tomorrow morning.
And we'll have all the latest wraps from those overnight counts. Thank you so much for tuning in and watching Arizona's Family. Stay tuned for the next, we've got...
James Corden. We're going to join James Corden, already in progress. And The Last Man Standing, I believe, is on 3 TV.
It got canceled.